Всем привет, с вами Red Commander. Сегодня я транслирую события от Slitherine Home of Wargamers. Скоро уже начнется. Я буду присутствовать все это время, либо в чате, либо если будут паузы во время, собственно, трансляции, то я буду активно и голосом участвовать в диалоге. Так что смело можно писать в чате любые вопросы, как по играм, которые будут обсуждаться на событии Home of Wargamers, так и вообще про игры, которые так или иначе затрагиваем на канале. Всем большой привет. Скоро начнем. Будет разыграно несколько небольших призов. Небольшую викторину устроим. Ну и она будет у нас тогда, когда, скажем так, пойдет разговор уже про либо про новые игры, это после 7 часов, либо про во время представления тех игр, которые сегодня будут показаны. То есть, ну, в начале разыгрывать не будем, ближе к концу будем разыгрывать небольшие призы. И поставьте плюс, если меня хорошо слышно. Итак, сегодня у нас с 4 часов начнется рассказ, собственно, Slitherine. Будут показывать какие-то свои наработки. Первый час. Потом, начиная с 5 часов, будут показывать уже игры, которые в ближайшее время, релизы которые должны состояться. То есть там будет показан Distant World 2, который уже в Steam можно себе в желаемое добавлять. Очередная серия Warhammer 40-тысячного варгейма. Потом Starship Troopers, то есть Звездный десант. Если кто давным-давно смотрел фильм, понимает, о чем речь. В принципе, такая смесь алien-шутера и стратегии ожидается, когда придется отражать бесконечный наплыв монстры. А после 7 часов будут представлены новые игры. По поводу перевода в реальном времени, к сожалению, не сам формат такого мероприятия, я думаю, не позволят делать адекватный перевод в реальном времени. А во-вторых, я думаю, мой профессиональный английский не позволит мне 4 часа переводить что-то. Так что в основном я буду участвовать в качестве комментатора, либо в паузах, либо в чате будем дискуссию вести.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Home of Wargamers live show. Today we are celebrating strategy games. Slitherine has been developing and publishing strategy and war games for over 20 years now. And two missions have always guided our choices since the very beginning. From day one, we wanted to make strategy and war games for a core audience. Now, we never tried the shortcuts, right? We always wanted in our intention to address these games to a number of players that was very specific. And of course, we always wanted to attract new audiences and appeal to a wider spectrum of players. But we have never done that at the expense of gameplay, or depth, or complexity. In short, we never shied away from the word niche. Because, you know, niche is a good thing. If you embrace the idea that it doesn't mean small, it's kind of a passion for something very specific. It's a dedication, and we desperately wanted to build a solid business around this passion and this dedication. This is the second part of the mission, right? Building a solid business. And doing that for such a long time in the video games industry is very hard, believe me. You know, this has been a long journey, and the video games market is super unforgiving. It can swallow you very, very fast if you commit any mistake. But in all these years, we managed to do all this thanks for very solid management. All of the management of Slitherine has been knowing each other for over 15 years. We've been working with each other for 15 years. And people like JD and Ian and Eric Rutins and Phil and Richard Evans, we have always worked with each other, trusting each other. We're friends, and we have always tried to fight to make our way in this market. And we have done that growing steadily and fast over the last 20 years. We have built a business that can stand the test of time. And hopefully you will see this more today, because we want to give you a glimpse of what's going to happen in the future of Slitherine and the future of strategy games. Everything you'll hear today is not made with a self-indulgent goal. We have tried to put together a show that's interesting, that's full of interesting news and topics, and you will also see stuff that we have already announced, but also things that we have never announced, we have never showed before. We've got full 4 hours of shows, so try and make some time and follow us throughout. And before we get to the product part, which will happen in about an hour and a half, before that we would like to focus on a more corporate angle. And this is why I'm going to shortly connect with Ian McNeil, the CEO of Slitherine. After that, we'll have JD to discuss the pro work. Following that, we have Dimitris from the Command development team to go through Command and its evolutions. After, we'll have a little break for war games, like our Matrix games, core war games, and then we'll dive into gameplay. Gameplay for us means games that we have already announced and that we will show you for the first time, or show first features for the first time today. So Warhammer 40K Battle Sector, Decent Words 2, and Starship Troopers. After that, we'll have a last hour where we are going to announce you 4 new games you have never heard of. So make sure you stay connected, you stay with us, and you'll see a lot of very, very cool things. Right, so I've used a lot of time already, so let me connect with Ian McNeil, our CEO. Hello, Ian.
Hi, Marco. Hi, everyone.
Hello,
Great to be here today. Very exciting.
It is very exciting indeed. Ian, we have a lot of things to go through, and the idea is that we try to cover with you what it's been like to run a business throughout the pandemic and a growing business during the pandemic. And the first thing I wanted to sort of look at with you was the fact that a lot of new people joined the company over the last year and a half in the middle of the pandemic.
No, absolutely. We've added 27 people in the last year, and it's a big percentage growth for us. So it's around a 67% growth. So we're up to 67 full-time people, and that's been a challenge. Onboarding people during the lockdown is really tough. Everything has to be done online. So it has definitely been a challenge, but we've got some great people, and they're already contributing really, really valuable stuff to the projects, and don't know how we do without them now, to be honest. So it's there Marco's got a collage up of some of the new guys that have joined, and it's been a really exciting time. Really, really good to be growing, but really painful to be doing it during such complicated times.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things was to also, as you said, integrate these new people in the staff, because we had processes and stuff that was already happening, and we had to add processes in the meantime. So, what did we learn, in managing a company throughout these very hard times?
Well, I think we learned that we'd much rather do it without a lockdown. That's certainly the number one choice. But we're a really unusual company because we do such a wide range of things. So we're a publisher, and that means you need all of the skills associated with that: the marketing, branding, accounts, business development, tech support, and operations team. But then we're also a developer. We have internal development. So you've got your programmers, artists, then web team for running all the websites, plus all the services we provide to the developers. So the multiplayer systems, what we call Play by Email ++ tournaments. Then the IT people for system admins and getting everyone's stuff working. And then we also got the pro side, which is where we're dealing with the professional customers now. And you need a whole different set of skills for that. So we have a huge number of different types of roles and skills. And that's a challenge in itself, even without the pandemic. It's just we're doing so many different things. So that and growing all of that over the pandemic has been tough. It's tricky to add people to teams. There are certain things that work quite well in a pandemic and some things that don't. So our business was already quite distributed. We had a lot of people working from home already. We've got the office in Epsom and the office in Milan, but over half the staff were working remotely even before the pandemic. And so we were kind of set up for it, and we'd already done pre-lockdown tests to check that we had all the equipment and everything was able to connect. So it was relatively painless when we initially went into lockdown. And some things work fine when you've got those processes and procedures and everyone knows what they're doing. It can work well during the lockdown. And some things can even work better because people can just work when they need to. But there are things that are a lot harder. So it's really hard to onboard people. Mentioned that already, but bringing new people into a team is really hard. All those conversations and just relationship building, it's really hard to build those relationships. And so we've started doing things like every morning we'll have a Skype video call with people to try and just get faces to names. So each of the teams is doing their own kind of Skype call and chats.
One of the things I was noticing today, it's the first time I personally saw some of my new colleagues for this event. So it's after all these months, it's been quite outstanding on its own. The other thing we're seeing that's some of the pains of growing in general is that we have a lot of people that we don't know. We have to delegate, and mostly this happens when you kind of get to know people and when you get to get in touch with them. When you don't know them, straight on, letting go is always a bit trickier, right?
Absolutely. Because we're growing, you have to be delegating the jobs. Otherwise, what's the point in adding staff? There's nothing for them to do unless you're delegating something to them. And to start with, that's really tough because we're a very hands-on company. We do have management, but there's nobody that just manages. Everybody's doing something as well. So you might be the marketing director, but you also do an awful lot of actual work rather than just herding people. The first time you kind of hand these tasks off and then you realize that the people are actually able to do it, it helps build your confidence. The people we've been adding some great people recently, and once they're able to take that role and run with it, it starts to make you realize that it is possible to hand these things off, and it gets easier to hand more things off. And my plan is to hand everything off and go and sit on an island in the Caribbean somewhere, but haven't quite got there yet.
It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. One of the things that I was noticing is the sheer number of products that we are trying to handle at the same time. You know, and we have some announcements today and things that are coming up shortly. We have almost a release a week. So one of the things that you know was interesting to see was the number of projects that we handle. There's, I believe 39 active projects right now.
Yes, it's a lot of projects. And for our size, we do an incredible amount of work. So for the size of the team, we're making a lot of stuff happen. And to do that, we've had to put a lot of processes in place. So over the years, we've kind of refined our processes and our systems and streamlined things. And now we have a really, really good way of getting through things. Everyone knows exactly what their responsibilities are, and it's working really well. So we've got a lot of different teams we're working with, and they range in size from, some of them are one-man teams, and some of them are big developers like Creative Forge with nearly 100 developers. So it's a vast range, and the kinds of games those teams can make is obviously very, very different as well. And we're continually adding new developers to our kind of community as well. So we're always on the lookout for good new opportunities or good new developers and good new games. And those relationships we like to build. We don't like one-game deals. We're really looking for long-term relationships where we can work with developers over a long period of time.
Yeah, it's been a challenge, I think, especially in this phase that we used to meet with our developers at least once a year or at the shows and so on. And now we started completely new relationships with developers we have never met. And we almost are in this situation where I remember back in the days where we had maybe small developers like 2-3 people team that were working remotely since forever and they've never met each other. And I thought, how's that possible? How can you do that? And now we're into that situation, and I find it almost like surreal. It's a very interesting situation to be in, to be placed into, especially when you have to work on projects that are increasingly more complex and difficult to handle.
No, definitely. When you've got lots of moving parts, everything's getting more complex. The number of roles, even in game development, the roles are becoming more specialized and more kind of fragmented. So you need different people for doing different parts of the system. And so we're quite often outsourcing large chunks of work these days. So we used to do a lot in-house or in team, but increasingly we're outsourcing specific tasks that are very specialized out to either art houses or coding houses or wherever, really, just getting the skills in where we need them and trying to keep our core development teams as the more generalists. And if we need those specific skills, we bring them in as we need them.
Yeah, one of the interesting facts here is that, as you mentioned, we started working with, with bigger teams and teams with more structure and that are able to maybe handle 1 or 2 projects at a time. Now we've also kicked off the K project, which is a good way of remaining anchored to the traditional indie games that we started with.
Yes, definitely. So the larger projects, by nature, they're less risky. You're looking at someone who's already established. They can make a certain type of game, and you're kind of taking that game and making the most of it and upgrading it and improving it visually and refining it. But you don't get the chance to experiment and do the kind of the wild and wacky ideas. And the K project is a great opportunity to do that. So these smaller independent developers come up with some weird and wonderful ideas, things that we can't justify allocating a large team or a large budget to, but some really innovative stuff. And so it is a great way of keeping in touch with kind of the indie roots and our indie roots, and helping those developers to get established as well.
Yeah, I think ICBM was a very good example of that, with massive success and a growing number of players, even currently, right? One of the things you mentioned, Ian, was that we now release almost something every week, right? As we said, we have established processes and so on, but how do we manage to release all these things on a weekly basis, as with remote work and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so over the years we've really refined that process. So we started off we've always had what we used to call a production team. We've now renamed to operations, and the operations team take all the builds that come in from developers, and they put them through various processes, building installers and all those kind of things, integrating with Steam Pipe. And as we're integrating with more stores, Steam, Epic, GOG, there's different processes for each. And so the number of builds is really exploding, as well as the number of games. And we've started off with tracking the builds on a whiteboard. So a few years ago, we started creating a whiteboard and allocating kind of tickets. We had the magnetic whiteboard. There we go, picture. And each of the game builds that came in had we called them tickets, and we stuck them on the board, and they were allocated to a different person in operations, and then they were tracked through the system. And they had different information on them, like the game ID and the build number and all sorts of useful info. And they were being tracked through the system. And it gave a good way at a glance of seeing what was going on and where the priorities were. And you just put your head into the operations team's room, and you could see what was going on there. So that was working fine for a while, but then we started the process of digitizing that. So that would have been no use at all to us during lockdown. Luckily, we'd already made a digital version of PDS before lockdown started. And this internally is used, and every single build that the developers send to us goes into this. And there's a little form that the producers create, and it tracks it through the system. And there you can just see an example of what's currently in the system there as of when that screenshot was taken. So there's builds in various different states, different platforms. So you've got GOG, PC Steam. Then some are complicated because you've got PC Steam, Linux Steam, GOG, Epic. So that game there, when Gladius comes in, you have 6 different builds that have to get prepared. So the amount of work is exploding, and these digital systems really help us to manage the process. And one of the other things we've done a lot of is creating checklists. So there are so many things that can go wrong with a game, and every release we have a post-mortem afterwards, and we look at it and we say, what went wrong, what could have gone better, and what comes out of it are these checklists. And there are checklists for everything. And every time we're going through the different stages on a release, we're going through, and the producer or the marketing brand manager, whoever's allocated on the project, will go and tick these off line by line and check them off. And when they get to the end of it, kind of put their name and sign it, and then say kind of owns that process. And that gets then filed. And it's a really good way of creating some accountability and some to try and make sure these processes run smoothly. What you tend to find, though, is that because games are so complex and the things keep changing, is you keep finding new ways to make things go wrong. So the checklists keep getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I think that our viewers couldn't blame anything that we are not open. You know, so we're showing exactly what we do every day. You know, to release a game, which is I think very interesting. So it's really going behind the scenes and of our daily lives, really. You know, you were mentioning that there's a lot of builds happening. I think we have a chart here with the number of builds we had in the current. I think this is for 2020, right? So there was nearly 1,000 builds and patches being built. So that's pretty outstanding.
Yeah, these are builds that got released to the public. This isn't just internal development builds. This is 941 actual builds were released. So it's 3 a day. If you count working days, it's closer to 4 a day that are going out. So there is an awful lot going on, and it's not even just recent games. So I was having a look through, and we've actually got for next week we've got a patch coming in for Eagle Day, bombing the Reich. Last week we had a patch for Close Combat Whacked on Rhine, which is 10 years old, and the week before that we had a Forge of Freedom patch, which is 15 years old. And they're not just minor things. Forge of Freedom, for example, uses Flash, and Flash is no longer supported. And so the developers actually stripped Flash out of Forge of Freedom and created a patch so it continues to run for all the people out there. So supporting games in the long term is a really important part of our philosophy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that you know, the fact that we keep working on games, you know, releasing DLCs is a thing, right? It's part of the commercial life of the products, and we'll see that. But it's also very important that we keep the games compatible and all that kind of stuff, and that's a job on its own. And when you have a catalog of over 200 games, that easily becomes a huge workload on its own. So that's pretty impressive. And the other thing we were mentioning before, you know, with Gladius having, you know, an inordinate amount of builds whenever we have a new release, we are now present in over 100 storefronts. So you know, just to give an example, today we're announcing 4 games. All the product pages for these 4 games will have to go live at the same time. We also have Battle Sector, Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector pre-orders going live. Coordinating all of that is becoming a huge task on its own, because there's all the storefronts, there's all the product pages you have to check and make sure that all the materials are used in the proper way. So you know, big number of builds, big number of stores. It's almost like growing in you know, out of proportion sometime, and we just realized that, you know, we might need someone doing just this, which was something that we would do in our spare time just maybe a year ago.
Yeah, definitely. So like you say, when you've got the number of platforms, the number of DLCs, and the number of storefronts, if they're all increasing, then the overall kind of number of things you're dealing with is exponentially increasing. And there are, like you say, new job roles appearing for. We didn't used to need someone to do this, but now this type of thing is happening so often that a new job is created. It's
a good opportunity if you get your CVs ready, because there's always something potentially appearing on our career page. So make sure you watch out for that. Another important part is you know, having active projects. So Gladius is a good example. Panzer Corps 2 is a good example. We currently have 12 active projects, 6 of which are over 2 years old. So this means that when a game releases, we keep working on DLCs and more content, is either paid for or free content, and that impacts the shelf life, what we call the shelf life of a product, the life cycle of a product. How do we decide how long, you know, the life cycle of a product is, and you know, and how do we sort of manage that in a proper way?
Our thinking on this has changed dramatically over the last 5 years or so. If you go back, the number of DLCs we used to do was far lower, but the whole industry has changed, and it's moving towards what they're calling games as a service, where there's a lot of free-to-play games, or there are games that release and they keep producing content, because it's very hard to get attention. There's so many different ways to spend your time now that getting people's attention, getting eyes on your game and getting players is really hard these days. And once you've got those players, you need to make the most of it. And so that's why there's a switch from making a game, moving to the next game, onto making a game, developing that game, developing that game, and developing that game. The whole industry is moving in this direction. And in general, we're looking at every game now as how can we build a long life to this. So when we're starting out, we always want to have a game that has a real future. There are a few exceptions where we know there's a game we're making which is very hard to build on. So, for example, the strategic command style games and the Field of Glory Empire style games, they're real flagship titles for us, but they're very hard to carry DLC for because they just don't suit that model. But they're still the kind of games we want to make. But wherever possible, we're looking to build a long-term future and a way that players can invest more time in it. Because we're finding that players increasingly want to look at a game and think that this is a game I could be playing for the next 5 years. And quite often, if they can't see a way they can be playing it for years to come, they won't make the purchase decision to go in and buy it. The vast majority of them won't actually play it for that long, but they have this idea that they will. And so you've got to have that proposition there to get them to adopt it.
Yeah. Well, one of the key facts here is that, games like Battlestar Galactica, for instance, or Panzercorps or Warhammer 40k Gladius had their best year very late into their shelf life. So a Panzercorps or a Battlestar Galactica, you have to wait 3, 4, 5 years before you get to the peak of their commercial performance. This is a very clear testament to the fact that this is exactly what we're talking about, right? The fact that the idea of a franchise that goes on for a very long time. And of course, this impacts dramatically the workload for developers and how the developer structures the way it's working, looking at the future.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually having to change the way we structure contracts, because the way we were doing contracts with developers, it was very much focused on we build the game and then we worry about the DLC later. Now we're making sure that the contracts are built with the long-term future of the project in mind. How are the DLC going to work? How many DLC can we build into the base contract? What options are we going to build in for future DLC? All those kind of things. It's stuff that, it's impacting everything. The whole financial situation on a project as well. You still get that spike on day one and the numbers will still drop off. But then every time a DLC comes along, you create a spike for that DLC, but it also sucks up sales of everything that supports it. So the base game will spike a little bit. And then over time, once you have enough of these similar things out there, when a DLC releases, the spike it creates and all the little spikes it creates in the other things end up with the overall revenue actually creeping upwards. So like Mark, I was saying, you can find that your revenue from a game in year 3 is more than you get in year 1. And that's something we're seeing increasingly with games that are fully supported in the long term.
Well, Ian, we're kind of given an idea of what it was like to run, the business over the pandemic. I think, in my initial note, I was saying, we stay true to our roots, and we want to keep working on strategy and war games and develop further the potential, number of players for our games, and we'll see about that when we announce the new products. Is there anything you want to say about where we come from and where we're going as well?
Well, our roots are obviously in the wargaming area. I've been playing war games since I was 6, tabletop war games. So that's really in my blood, and I am a wargamer, and I love playing war games. The only problem with running a computer games company that makes war games is we make almost all the games I want to play, and it's not quite the same playing your own games, because you end up finding that you're analyzing everything all the time rather than just playing and enjoying it. So what we need is a bit of competition out there, someone else making games so I can go and play them. But going forwards, we definitely plan to continue this. We are making bigger budget games, and we are making some games that are kind of crossing into a more mainstream area. But we absolutely don't want to move away from our roots. We need those deep, hardcore war games that people can progress to. So these more mainstream games are great for getting people into the hobby, but we like to provide that progression where they can start with these simpler, more mainstream games and move into the more deep and hardcore games. And we absolutely plan to support those. And it is harder to find developers making those kind of games at the moment. That's the only thing. So if there are any developers out there making those deep, hardcore strategy games, definitely feel free to reach out to us, because we're always on the lookout for that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, Ian, thanks a lot for joining us in this first part. I'm going to see you later as well, but we'll now move to the next section. Thanks for giving us all these insights and for sharing a little bit of a peek into what Slitherine's day at work is, and we'll see you later. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Speak to you later.
Right. So, we've seen how our operations team works, and how what the checklists are and all that kind of stuff. And I think that, as I said, when we started about a half an hour ago, I think we really want to give you insightful information, and you might think that you might have questions about these things. And remember that we also have a weekly meeting at tea time on Thursday at 4 o'clock UK time every week on Thursday. If you have questions, if you want to be part of the close community and so on, just don't hesitate and join us, because we've got a nice appointment there. So before we move on, I would like to introduce you to the next section. The next section is about the pro work. We have JD McNeil is going to illustrate what is that we're doing into this area, and we are going to guide you through a little bit of an insight on which are the key projects we're following. Although we have so many, it's going to be hard, within the time frame. But we really want to give you that insight, because it gives you an idea of an extra layer of things that happens within Slitherine every day, every week. So without further ado, let me connect with JD McNeil. And he's in Epsom, I guess, like Ian, and we'll chat about the pro work. Hello, JD.
Hello, Marco.
Live from the war room.
Yes, indeed. And I've just been brought back in time to when Ian was 6 years old and we were playing Wargames. How remarkable!
That's absolutely true. I mean, we've been talking about Wargames for a long time now. JD, we said about commercial releases and all that kind of stuff, and an extra layer of things that happen recently within Slitherine is, what we're doing with pro clients. Can you give us a little bit of a sort of a story of what happened, in the pro work segment of the company over the last 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, well, so let me give you a bit of a background here about how all this began. It now seems like a lifetime ago, but back in 2016, I received a call from a guy telling me he was speaking on behalf of the Secretary of Defense for the United States Air Force. I initially thought this was someone taking the pee. It was a hoax call. But as he started to speak about one of our older games, which some of you guys might know, Harpoon, it soon became clear that he was for real. He wanted to know if Harpoon could be utilized by various departments of the United States Air Force for research, analytical analysis, wargaming simulations, and so on. So we talked for some time, and during our conversation, I thought I should introduce him to command. And before long, he was frankly blown away by the potential. To cut to the chase, he asked if the Pentagon could send over an analysis team to be led by an Air Force Major General I later looked up this guy to check his background out, and it was frankly phenomenal. He was commander of the Joint Task Force of the Southwest Asia, commander of the 9th Aerospace Expeditionary Task Force, and as a young guy or a young pilot in Afghanistan, he was a flyer of the F-15s, which is part of the kit in the games. So when they came over, he brought with him a team of 4 guys, and they spent a week with us. It didn't take very long for them to get really interested in command. And as a result, we were invited to visit the Pentagon. Wow, this turned out to be a truly momentous occasion. And on the day that we presented in the main conference room, it was full of the top brass, the research officials, the analysts. Talk about exciting it was. We obviously had gone down very well, as the following month they sent across a team from the Air Force Research Laboratory. This is AFRL, which is a big name for us now. Plus, they sent some of the analysis guys from the University of Dayton Research Institute. And this was all to discuss the requirements that they needed from us. So the next thing, we were invited to visit University of Dayton Research Institute, the UDRI. And this is based in Dayton, Ohio. And it's right next door to the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And they are now one of our clients. It's the oldest and the largest military aviation museum in the world. And we were taken on a VIP visit. And I'll never forget the excitement of Dimitris. At the end of the tour, our host commented that he had learned more from Dimitris in the last few hours than in all his previous experiences. So for us, a new era was born, and we have now been invited to the Pentagon on 3 separate occasions, and quite clearly the word has spread. We are now currently working with 130 different militaries and military contractors across the globe, with a further 45 potential clients now in discussions. So, however you might have guessed that the work that we do with certain nationalities is, quite recently I was connected by one of those who asked for a copy of our source code. And just to check if he was real or compatible, I said to him, well, we would be prepared to send you the source code if you pay us $40 million immediately. You can imagine where these came from, by the way. So within 2 hours, they had responded, and they got back to me offering $2 million for an initial download payment. You can imagine what happened then. Nothing.
Of course, but that's gives you the measure of the interest around the command and some of the pro stuff we're doing. You mentioned earlier on, one of the first contacts we had was with the AFRL. AFRL is the Air Force Research Laboratory. What type of relationship do we have with them right now, and how they're using command?
Yeah, well, so to bring up the AFRL, we were initially placed under contract with the University of Dayton Research Institute, who were providing various levels of support for the United States Air Force. And they were bombarding us with a range of questions for specialist features. This presented a whole host of new challenges, and we were no longer just selling video games to individuals, but rather to various departments of the United States Air Force. So we had to come up with a whole new business plan. So instead of selling the games, we settled on licensing the products on an annual basis to these different departments, with the costs based upon the number of users. And this in turn sparked a whole new range of requests for upgrades and capabilities, all able to be run in a classified environment. And this is where the malleability of command really came to the rescue. For example, the Monte Carlo capabilities in Lua scripting, which we had created, have been hugely successful, providing automated editing and the ability to export data and events in real time. With the Lua scripting, our users can create experimental units, test ideas, operate cost controls, measure fuel consumption, and they replace all of our data with classified secret values, which we will never be allowed to see. A classic example of this capability is that one of our customers has just run a project 200 quadrillion times headlessly. So we have now been placed on a 2-year contract with the Air Force Research Laboratory at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. So that gives you a bit of a background into how we got there with the Air Force.
It's interesting that you mentioned different areas of use of command, which are completely sort of almost divergent from each other, and how every client uses command and other software is totally up to them. They can come up with ideas that we didn't even think of. One of these examples is, we talk about the Air Force, which is, an interesting example. Another example is the U.S. Marine Corps, right, where we have, more of a kind of a different use of command there.
Yes, indeed, Marco. In fact, the Marine Corps are probably, I would say, just about our biggest individual client. There are so many different divisions of the Marine Corps. We've been deeply engaged with them for some time now, and we were recently appointed on a major initiative via KBR. Now, KBR are one of the foremost US military contractors, and we have now just completed phase 1 of this contract. The Marine Corps have been across to visit us on several occasions to discuss and plan out a whole range of new requirements, which include the implementation of land warfare being incorporated into command. They also commissioned, for example, the multiplayer capability, which has now been successfully completed and is now available to all of our military users. We are still heavily engaged with various departments of the Marine Corps, and currently we participate on a weekly meetings basis to manage the progress and discuss implementation of their further requirements, which, as you will no doubt understand, I cannot share with you.
Of course you can, but it's interesting because I've seen this picture, for instance, I'm showing now. I don't know if you've seen this. The picture of the big hangar with all the use of command being projected on the floor and so on. It's stuff that we couldn't have even dreamed of when we launched command for the first time. It's really interesting to see how everyone finds a different way of using the product. That's interesting. But command is not the only product that is being used as from professionals. Can you tell us a bit more about how other games are also used?
Yeah, well, that comes back to a different division now of what we're doing. We're now turning to the UK. So we are also now under contract with the UK Defence Science and Technology Laboratory, known as DSTL. And we are just coming to the end of our first 2-year term, which has frankly now been extended. And we are also in the final stages to extend this contract indefinitely. I have already mentioned our relationship with the US partners, but we now have a similar relationship with DSTL. And prior to the COVID epidemic, we were frequent visitors to Portsdown headquarters, where they are based, and we often have visitors coming to our offices. An interesting concept here is that they have been appointed us as a sole source contractor. This means we can be placed on contract without having to tender or compete against any competitors. This is recognition of the fact that there is no one out there who can offer the services or products that we do. DSTL does not only work with command, they have also added land warfare capabilities into their requirements, and they have selected flashpoint campaigns and combat mission from our catalogue of products to progress these needs. Other games are now being looked at as well. A very satisfying factor in our relationship with the UK and the US militaries is that we've been able to introduce the various contacts with whom we are working, and a level of collaboration now exists between them. We are also providing various products to the British Army Fight Club and to the United States Marine Corps University, and these are being widely used as a training capability for the military. And interestingly, this capability is now spreading, and we are now in negotiations to expand these services to other nationalities. And interestingly for you, Marco, the latest one we're speaking to is Italy.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. The concept of the Fight Club, for anyone who's out there and is not familiar with it, it's a pretty recent, collaboration that started off the ground from the combat mission game, and it's been spearheaded by Lieutenant Colonel Arnell David, and it's a group of military members of the military, UK military, that is developing the capability of the personnel to actually use war games in a professional environment for training, for analysis, and so on, in a more community-friendly base, not in a super heavily structured base, but as in a community. So they're using social networks and so on to actually spread the word about use of professional wargaming. And as JD said, this is also spreading into other nationalities like Italy and other European countries. There's a US version of it, very soon. So it's like, it's almost like a cultural shift that we started 4 or 5 years ago with Command, and is now, spreading across all the military. JD, I think this is the real key factor here, right? It's that we are almost growing a generation of war gamers within the military these days.
It's absolutely true, Marco. And the personal relationships that we have with some very senior members of the military has been paying great dividends. They've built up a confidence in us that we can carry out the work tasks that they require us to do. And they're continuously giving us pats on the back. Sometimes they pay us as well, and that's quite good. But no, it's been a very successful enterprise, and it's one that the team enjoy doing and being a part of.
Yeah.
So no complaints about the military stuff at all.
No, I think one of the things you were mentioning, JD, is that of course, Command is is the main product here, is the main project that we're using to attract potential clients. And we are just shortly going to be connecting with Dimitris, the Command development team, a Command team that's been growing immensely over the years. We're going to go through, the product stuff. I think Dimitris has been instrumental to all this growth, and his team, of course. But he's, as he was saying, when he went to the Wright-Patterson base, he knew more about it than anyone else.
Yeah, he did, and to be honest, it was quite embarrassing. He would walk up to pieces of equipment in the museum and start talking about it, and the guy who was the guide showing us round, he was totally bamboozled. He didn't have a clue.
Yeah.
And Dimitris was there rabbiting on about it. It was a great fun experience, and it's been an exciting adventure, and it continues to explode. And I have to say that the main hero of all of this has been Dimitris. As I've said already, his knowledge and capabilities in this sector are second to none. And as I said earlier, he continues to surprise our clients and the product users with his depth of knowledge of their systems. He knows more about it than they do. So I can't say enough.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time, JD. It's been really interesting to see, what the experience with the pro client is currently, and we look forward to a future event to see what the progresses are, and you can tell us about these.
Yeah, indeed. I'll now just go and have a wee drink.
Okay. I will see you later, JD.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Well, thanks, JD. I think this gives you an idea of how much stuff is happening, and this was to give you also a wide picture of all the things that we are managing to handle at the same time. We are going to shortly connect with Dimitris about Command Professional Edition. Before we get there, JD said a very true thing, that Dimitris is instrumental to that specific part of the business. And I mentioned before, the partners of the company are instrumental to these bits of the business as well. JD, Ian, Eric Routins, Phil. We showed you at the beginning the picture of some of the new personnel and new employees of the company, people that started working with us during the pandemic. I think people are what drive what we do. We try hard to make sure that people we work with and work with us are giving a substantial contribution to the business, to the future of the business. And I think Dimitris will be there to show you, to explain that very, very clearly. Let me connect with Dimitris. Hello, Dimitris.
Hi, guys. Hi, Marco.
Hi. Well, I've got a good news for you. I think we saved 3 or 4 minutes on previous slots. So we've got a bit more time to talk about Commander. Let's use these wisely. JD has already kind of laid out what we do as a general picture on the pro work, but you work on Command, and Command. You've been working on Command forever, I think now. And
quite true.
Yeah, and you have now basically 2 babies, right? You have Command Professional Edition, and through grown-up kids, I guess, and Command Modern Operation, which is the consumer version. Do you apply different philosophies and priorities to these 2 versions?
Absolutely, because essentially we're talking about 2 distinct products with different priorities and different philosophies of development, as you said. So the commercial CMO is pretty much a standardized product. It is very much a game on top of a simulation engine, as its player base knows. The user experience and the entertainment value are paramount. We are very careful to deliver a well-curated experience that players will actually pay for. In that vein, we make sure that everyone enjoys the same simulation engine, accompanying data, the content, both the built-in and any subsequent releases. And there is also the fact that because it's a commercial game, it is of course entirely GUI-driven. The graphical user interface is paramount. Although, of course, there is also the ability to use scripting as a means of enriching the scenario. The graphical side is still the premier means of interaction. On the other hand, you have the professional version, which has entirely different focus. It is first and foremost a professional tool. So in that aspect, the simulation engine is front and center. One other thing is that because of the as JD explained, we have very diverse user base, and each customer has different priorities. Some of the customers want to use Command for staff training, officers, etc. Others want to use it for modeling and simulation, for analysis, even more recently for teaching AIs and through machine learning how to improve tactics, etc. So you have a very diverse set of requirements. So by necessity, you have to have a very customizable project, and making Command malleable to each of those different requirements, as JD previously mentioned, has been a key requirement. So you have things like a fully editable database, fully overridable mechanics, the ability to connect Command with any existing other simulations to selectively override any internal sim mechanics. So you can pretty much use as much or as little of the simulation you want. So we're talking about a widely different priority and philosophy of development. other differences. So, for example, command by necessity must be highly automated in order to be used in a professional context. You must be able to run analysis 100,000 times, 100 million times, or as JD mentioned, 200 quadrillion times if necessary. So very different interfaces, completely headless mode of operations, the ability to run in parallel in massive quantities, stretch out to big heavy iron data centers, be able to export massive amounts of data during execution so that you can then run an analysis on them. So all those priorities do not exist on the commercial version. So we're essentially, although the product base is common, it's essentially springing from the same tree, you're essentially talking about two wildly divergent and parallel development paths.
It's also worth noting that you're doing this event whilst preparing for one of the biggest releases of your life. Command Professional Edition 2 is releasing at the end of this month, which is a major milestone for Command itself, for the team, for the pro clients. What kind of, what did you come up with, in terms of new features for Command Professional Edition 2 releasing at the end of this month?
We are positively electrified, I can say that. If you remember, our initial professional release was back in 2016, as JD explained, and I can say with confidence that this is by far the biggest pro release. So there are various different vectors of improvement. So for general usability, Command Pro 2 gets all the goodies of Command Modern Operations. So anyone watching this, you remember what a big deal our 2019 release of CMO was in terms of user interface, usability, all the new maps, all the user interface improvements, everything that made CMO the runaway hit that it was. Then you have additional features that are unique to the Professional Edition, like, for example, the ability to run without administrative powers, a big win for high security systems, obviously. Offline maps, so a user can install Command Pro on a system completely isolated, no need to connect to the internet for any content. And other goodies like easy migration of existing scenarios to new databases, things that our professional customers really care for. On the simulation side, again, CP gets all the simulation improvements of CMO that our regular players are well familiar with by now. And again, new goodies like a completely new energy-based model for missile kinematics. So anti-air engagements are much closer to what you see in detailed documentaries and expert opinions. Vast improvements in ballistic missiles and ABM interceptors. Vast improvements on ground operations. JD already mentioned that a lot of our work is currently together with the Marine Corps, and for their needs, we have vastly expanded the scope of ground simulation modeling, including distinct ground units, no more substitute of sort of mobile facilities. We are introducing a vastly improved terrain data set, 10 times more detailed than the existing one. Plus new systems like, for example, passive radar, a completely new system which is quite important for modern air defense operations, quite effective against VLO targets as well, and a few other things. On the analysis side, we're offering brand new capabilities. The headless edition, the command line interface, can now be used both in Monte Carlo and interactive mode. So this has been a huge request by our professional customers. They wanted to be able to have the same flexibility to start, stop, query the simulation state, change anything at will, the same capability and flexibility that they have with the GUI client, but on the headless one, which is much more performant and allows massive parallel execution. So finally, they're getting that. Other things like the massive increase in raw performance. So anyone who has moved from the old CMano to CMO I'm pretty sure you're familiar with a jump in performance and CPU usage. So this is also now coming to Command Pro, and a few other benefits for better automation. So overall, we are talking about our biggest release, and it's not an exaggeration to say that we are absolutely ecstatic with what we're offering to clients. And every preview customer who has had a chance to evaluate the new version so far has shared that feeling.
It's pretty outstanding what you managed to achieve with your team, and I guess other than not sleeping at all, there are some, secrets in, keeping these two beasts, living alongside each other. How do you do that? I mean, is that a difficult balancing act to switch between the different versions, and what is that these two games have in common, and what differs in, and what can you work on simultaneously? How do you balance the work on these two incredibly detailed products?
It is a balancing act indeed, especially when headlines loom. The different focus and priorities gives us a lot of flexibility in how we manage the development process. It is very rare that we will be working on the same aspect of the product or the simulation engine concurrently on the commercial and civilian fronts. Commercial and professional. So while we may be working on some new simulation feature on the pro side, concurrently we may be working on a new user interface structure on the civilian side. So this allows us a lot of flexibility in how we manage and balance them. The other factor is that with the increased workload that we have and the increased clientele, we've been able to significantly expand the team size. So we've taken additional people, very bright people with which I'm proud to work. And our available bandwidth and overall team velocity has increased. And I think this has been quite evident on the production rate and our output rate, both on the pro side and also on the commercial releases. We are able overall as a team to achieve much more than we could before.
It's one of the things that was interesting is that you went on from a commercial version to a professional version. Now the two things are almost like two separate things, but are commercial, commercial players, civilian players, likely to see any of the big improvements you're doing on the pro version? And what are the features that you're planning to, implement back into the civilian version, going forward?
So this has happened already in quite a few cases. I mean, if you remember our CMO release in 2019, it already contained a few features that were previously exclusive to the professional version. Things like, for example, the ability to merge multiple scenarios together, which was initially an explicit pro request, the ability to visualize the simulation in TAC view, or the addition of the line of sight tool. All of those were previously existing only in the professional version, but we decided to move them to the civilian release as well. And this is a continuing trend. Every time that we add something to the professional version, we have a very serious internal discussion as to whether this makes sense to be moved eventually to the commercial section eventually. Now, this may be done soon after being introduced to Pro. It may take a while. It may take some serious re-implementation because the way that you're presenting it on Pro doesn't really work on Civ. Or it may need to be temporarily shelved while other things are under construction. It is a case-by-case thing. So just to give you some examples of things that are under very strong consideration to come to the commercial release, we have the vastly improved distinct ground units, which we introduced recently on Pro. The ability to use offline maps. We know that this has been a very frequent civilian request. The addition of new systems like PCLS, the passive radar that I previously described. Other new sensor and weapon types. And I guess the elephant in the room is multiplayer. It has been requested at length. It's already in pro, and we very much want to see it on the commercial section.
It's a tricky one, that one, right? The multiplayer. It is not an easy one to implement and to make available for commercial players.
It is very challenging because of the way that Command operates and of the scale that most scenarios operate.
Yeah.
You think of a game like, I don't know, Fortnite, where you have 100 players shooting at each other. 100 players is not even table stakes for Command.
Yeah, it's so big. It's very hard to explain. Sometimes, you know, we find it hard to explain how difficult it is to implement something in a game to our players. You know, they request a feature. They say, "Oh, come on, it's easy." But you know, sometimes it's hard to explain them. I think this is kind of patently super hard. So I don't think they will hold you responsible for delaying that feature, Dimitris. On a final note, Dimitris,
it hasn't stopped us from tackling it head on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And one last thing, Dimitris, is, you know, I wanted to, you know, quickly touch base on, you know, you've been working on Command for a very long time, and I think that, you know, you've showed that the evolution of a product, you know, never mind the complexity of the product, can still happen if you have ideas and ways of improving a product. What is it that you're most proud of over the years that makes you think, you know, really this is something that I think I'm super proud of and I want to share with my players?
When we see it have a real impact.
Yeah.
On discourse, on defense matters, when we get feedback from people who were previously unaware on a specific subject or poorly informed, and they come back and they tell us that their understanding of a specific issue has radically improved because of their experience with Command. This is the best kind of recognition, together, of course, with the high praise that we get from our contacts in the professional world.
It must be something that is still, you know, exciting you even after all the praises. You know, every extra praise is really exciting for the team, and I think that the fact that the team has grown so much with really passionate people that you managed to onboard is a testament of the fact that Command managed to grow a community of fans that's not only, you know, passively playing the game, but it's also contributing massively to the success of the simulation, which is great.
Oh yeah, the community has been incredible.
Yeah,
just incredible.
Thank you very much, Dimitris. We'll sure get back to you whenever there's you know, an opportunity, and you know, to celebrate the release of Command Professional Edition 2 at the end of the month. You'll update us on how it went in beginning of June, so that we'll see how much more relaxed you are after the big release.
Well, there'll always be something to look forward to.
Of course. Thank you very much, Dimitris.
Thanks, guys.
Right, so this brings us to the end of this first part. I'm going to now, you know, give you an outline of what is happening later. Now, it's the first time I'm used to do this, you know, tea time and, you know, our weekly meeting, and I can see the chat and I can see what people say and so on. I won't be able to, I don't see the chat, so I don't see what the comments are so far. It's harder for me to interact with everyone, but let me say, now we have a pretty extensive part where we show you games. First of all, we have a video that's kind of chunky video. We show you all the war games we are working on, stuff that's just been released. So we'll start from Warplan Pacific, which has just been released, and we'll guide you through other war games you might know or not know about. There's some announcements there as well, by the way. After that, we have a session about Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector. I remind you that Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector has just been released for pre-orders on Steam, and you're going to see today some stuff that we never showed. I promised you that we were going to show stuff that was never showed before, and that you didn't know some of the things about the game, and only today we're showing you part of this, and there will be more as we go. Then we have a Distant Worlds 2 section with the Eric routines. And again, you'll see some pretty cool stuff in action. And then we have the first appearance of Starship Troopers live gameplay. So no pre-recorded, nothing that's pre-made. You will see everything in action with UI, with everything else. So make sure you get ready for that. I'm going to give you 5 minutes or something, and then let's go with this War Games video, and I will see you later for the big announcements. I'll see you later.
Hello, fellow Wargamers. This is Alvaro Souza, developer of Warplan and Warplan Pacific. Today, I want to talk about some of the player favorite features of Warplan Pacific. First off, we have that now every naval group is its own capital ship. So battleships, battlecruisers, aircraft carriers, and light aircraft carriers are their own naval group. Second is specialties. We expanded specialties to include land, sea, and air. Third is hidden naval forces. Hidden naval forces means that some of your naval forces aren't seen on the map. You need to use communications intelligence, which is a new feature, to reveal them, increase their detection level, and increase the chances that you can engage them. The map is 50 miles or 80 kilometers per hex, which makes the game very playable with the easy-to-use menu system of Warplan. The game is really nicely designed to generate anxiety and deep thinking strategy for players to enjoy the Pacific theater. You're up against the clock for objectives as the Allies and the Japanese. You need to know how to hold on to an objective, when to let it go, when to defend the next objective, because the game is based on victory points. At the moment, we are studying your posts to figure out how to balance the scenario better and how to remove any other possible bugs that we have in the game. The beta testers did an amazing job at helping me make the game much better than it initially was, so I thank you all. I hope you enjoy Warplan, and hope to see you on the forums.
Hey, hi, I'm Phil Hardenberger. I'm one of the Combat Mission Cold War game development leads. First of all, Combat Mission Cold War is a sandbox war game. Now, sandbox actually implies that there's flexibility within the war game. So you can use multiple terrain, multiple types of equipment, and and create situations on the fly, and that is done in Combat Mission Cold War by representing multiple years in the base game. So we don't just represent a small slice of time like most of the previous games, or even within 1 year. We actually represent the years 1979 to 1982. The U.S. equipment represents, we have a wide variety of equipment, from M48 tanks, M60s of all marks, M60A1s, several versions of that, M60A2 and M60A3. The Soviet equipment ranges from T-55s, T-62s, T-64s, all the way up to T-80s, including the T-72. And, of course, multiple BMP-1 and BMP-2 models. Now, that's just an example of the variety of equipment that this game provides, and there's much more in this game than just what I've identified there. Also, the terrain that's available within the game is varied as well. So we don't just include the West German terrain, around the Fulda Gap. We also include National Training Center's desert terrain within the game, within the base game. So with those two types of terrain alone, there's a lot of scenarios and a lot of situations that can actually be represented within this game. Also within the game is, for the first time, are cluster munitions. Now, cluster munitions are actually represented DPICM, dual-purpose improved conventional munitions, are represented within this game, and it's a game changer, to be honest with you. I mean, that weapon system, whether it's airdropped or artillery, is a fantastic addition to the combat mission game.
Hi, this is Lance from Wargamers. I'm here to give you a quick development update on where we are with Valorant Victory. So we've been in beta testing for about 2 months now, and we've been getting some great feedback from our community of beta testers, and we've been trying to incorporate as many of their ideas into the game as we can in the time we've got left. I've also had a musician recently look at all the sound and music in the game, and he's basically totally revamped our sound effects and music. We've got a new theme tune, and it sounds really, really great now. So looking forward to getting some feedback from our beta testers when they get to hear that next week. We've been using the scenario editor pretty much constantly now to test the game out. It's really great. We can basically put together a quick scenario in a couple of minutes, and it's instantly available in the game. That's been really great for us to test, and it's great for creating new scenarios from our beta testers. What left to do is to fine-tune the AI we have in the game. It's pretty good right now, but it could do with some improvement. We want to translate the game as well, so we're hoping to have support for German, French, Spanish and Russian when the game first launches. We've still got the manual to write, and we're going to try and incorporate as much more beta feedback as possible into the game. But it's looking pretty good now, I have to say. I'm really happy with where we are. And it's a great foundation for the game going forward. So looking forward to getting the game out there and to see how you all like it. Thank you. Bye.
Stalingrad is the new flagship of our WeGo World War II game system. Built on the framework of Desert War 1940-42, this is a hex-based wargame depicting the German attack on Stalingrad between July and November 1942. It is playable by both sides with hot seat AI and play by email. Like Desert War, it uses a WeGo system in which both sides plan their moves, and then these moves are executed simultaneously. At the start of the next turn, the player can then watch playback of what happened before assigning new orders. The WeGo system, combined with a comprehensive fog of war capability, really replicates the challenges of decision-making for World War II army commanders. As with Desert War, Stalingrad includes air, naval and ground assets that can be influence battle outcomes, logistics support and intelligence collection. So what's new to Stalingrad? There's a lot, so let's just focus on top 5 gameplay influencers. First, there's a new combined breakdown feature. A regiment, for example, can either be represented by a single regiment counter or alternatively by 3 battalion counters. Second, new terrain types. There are city hexes with double stacking limits, steeps of course, and major and minor rivers, as well as bridging engineers to destroy or repair bridges and create pontoons. Third, night turns. We've added penalties for conducting artillery and air bombardment. Finally, a bonus. There's a campaign feature so that you can follow the progress of a single division through a series of multiple connected scenarios. We hope this capability will enhance the immersion of a player by connecting them directly to the trials, tribulations, and success of their division. Our current state is that we are in alpha, and the scenarios are 2/3 complete, and we hope to start beta soon. So if you're interested in helping, keep an eye out for further future announcements.
Good day. I'm Jason Pether from the Campaign Series Legion, talking to you about Campaign Series Vietnam 1948 to 1967. It is a new turn-based tactical wargame that focuses on prominent battles during the French Indochina War, the Vietnamese Civil War, and the initial years of free world involvement in Vietnam. You can read through the detailed player briefings to help navigate yourself around the enhanced Campaign Series event engine. There's a new and improved combat assault system, a new airstrike system with varying ordnance packages. There's an enhanced fog of war, enhanced reporting, enhanced spotting, and so much more. After years of development, we finally have a programmed opponent worthy of the name. There are new terrain types, plethora of new unit types, and many new unit capabilities. We have a revamped toolbar, updated user interface, and reporting customizations. There are hundreds of other improvements across every aspect of the game. As usual, you can use the detailed order of battles and the master maps with the included editors to make your own scenarios. While the game looks familiar, Campaign Series is nothing like you played before. We are in the preliminary beta phase, and Campaign Series Vietnam will be coming late fall 2021. Take care and good gaming.
Так, друзья, первый розыгрыш, пока у нас небольшая пауза. Если меня, надеюсь, хорошо слышно. Кто первый ответит на вопрос, тот получит небольшой презент. Про презент скажу чуть позже, а пока морально готовьтесь. В общем, раз зашла тема про Вьетнам, давайте начнем с простых вопросов. Нужно написать, собственно, решающую битву вьетнамцев против французов во время, собственно, индокитайской войны, давшей независимость Вьетнаму, а также назвать командира вьетнамских сил. Кто быстрее напишет, тому подарок. видимо, мой вопрос оказался чересчур внезапный. Так, для начала напишите плюс, если меня вообще слышно. Проверки ради. У нас сейчас небольшая пауза. Напоминаю, что в принципе можно задавать вопросы по играм на канале, которые так или иначе присутствуют помимо данного стрима. Буду отвечать. Я тут на протяжении всего видео здесь отвечаю на любые вопросы. Вот. Ну, скажем так, понятно, что вопрос оказался неожиданный, возможно. Плюс многие, скорее всего, сейчас во время паузы пошли делать чаек. Но это как раз хороший повод лишний раз погуглить, может быть, узнать какие-то некоторые моменты. Потому что, ну, касательно руководителя, собственно, он потом активно себя проявил и во время войны против американцев. Такой человек, которого, что называется, хороший варгеймер должен знать. Вот. Причем даже чекнул в Википедии его фамилию там неправильно. Ну, не знаю, фамилия это или имя, или что это у него вообще. Не совсем правильно написали. Поэтому, по крайней мере, в тех источниках по Вьетнаму, что я читал, его фамилия по-другому писалась. Вот. Так что интересно, напишет ли кто-нибудь что-нибудь на эту тему. Так, ну если за минутку никто не ответит, тогда перенесем вопрос на следующую паузу. И, соответственно, следующая пауза будет уже другой вопрос. Так, ну раз вопрос про Вьетнам не зашел, напишите, пожалуйста, тогда темы, какие было бы вам интересно, на какие темы получить вопрос, чтобы иметь возможность выиграть суперприз. Призы у нас одни и те же. У нас сегодня в розыгрыше 3 кода в Steam для DLC к Order of Battle. Так что пишите варианты, про что вы хотели бы услышать вопросы.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Warhammer 40k Battle Sector live showcase. My name is Alberto and I'm brand manager for Battle Sector. To my left, here's Paolo, who is our global PR manager. We are about to connect with David from England, who is producer for Battle Sector. Hello David. How are you? All right. So, before we get to the gameplay and the new features that we want to show, there are some news that we want to break to you. The first one, as Marco already mentioned, well, we open pre-orders for Battle Sector. So, the game is now available for pre-order at 10% off discount. It's available on Steam, Slitherine, Epic Games Store, GOG.com, Humble Bundle, Fanatical, and many other stores. So there's no better time to get Battle Sector than now. The second news, well, we have a release date finally. The game will be out on July 15 on PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. So, David, how is the beta doing? What kind of feedback did you get from the beta?
First of all, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Ah, good. There we go. So the beta's running well. Thank you very much. We've got a few hundred guys in there who've been really useful, really helping us make the game the best thing it can be. So we've been working with the dev team to basically walk through the game with them, take on their feedback and feelings about playing it, and just basically kind of tweak the game now at best, so that when it gets into everybody's hands, it's the best situation it could be.
Awesome. We actually got a lot of amazing feedback from the content creators and influencers that we sent the game to. There's a lot of coverage on it on YouTube and Twitch. Actually, if you want to see more of the game, we just sent out a new demo containing 6 missions. So if you go on YouTube and Twitch in the next few days, you'll see some pretty exciting new missions. But today, though, we are going to show you, as already mentioned by Marcos, some new exciting features that we have never shown you before. So, David, what are these features that we're going to show and talk about today?
So, well, people have seen the previous streams of Battle Sector from last month. Those kind of were sent out to people to show just 2 standalone missions. They could take a fixed army, play those missions, and play through them. The new demo we're sending out to influencers, which is already coming out on YouTube now, is kind of the first few missions of the campaign and shows kind of how those missions link together. So one part of that we're going to show you today is the whole army management and army upgrade system. And then also we're going to show you the kind of glamorous side of Warhammer 40k Battle Sector with our new photo mode to beauty from the Monk of the Bloodshed.
That sounds great. All right, so we don't have much time, so let's get on with it. What about the army management system that you mentioned? What is it and how does it work?
So, people and tabletop, half the fun of Warhammer is math hammer and building your armies and theory crafting your armies together. So what we tried to do is give everybody the chance to kind of build the army they want to take into the battles. So this is both in campaign, but also in skirmish and in multiplayer. You can basically choose to what units you want to take and how you want to equip them. So you're sort of seeing in the background here, you're seeing one of the Furiosa Dreadnoughts from the Blood Angels. They come with certain skills, but also they can choose their loadouts if they want to take the Storm Bolter for utility use, the Heavy Flamer for melting groups of Tyranids up close and central, or the Melter Gun for more long-range armor-piercing punch. And each of those, as you take them, they kind of adjust your points as you might expect on a tabletop. So these guys are some of our Death Company for Blood Angels. Guys, they are assault troops sent in to die. They are assault troops sent in to die as they should do already. And these guys are from one of my own multiplayer teams of 1,000 points crew, and these guys are equipped with chainsaws and hand flamers designed to jump in there and melt face and kick ass.
Sounds great. So this is very similar to the tabletop I see. So I'm pretty sure that this will please Warhammer 40k fans.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that there was some system to upgrade your army between each mission to the next and acquire new perks. What can you tell about that?
So as you go through the campaign, you basically start out with it's basically to help players get into the campaign. You start out with mostly just the basic actions of run, shoot, chainsaw to face. But as you go through, you earn these kind of HQ upgrade tokens for succeeding in your endeavors on Balfour, and you can then use them to upgrade new perks and abilities and weapons and command point skills. So you'll see here, you see Sergeant Carleon, who's kind of our chief protagonist, and he's unlocked in the middle there. He's Assault Cannon Strafe, so we can use command points in the middle of the battlefield to call down Storm Ravens to gun down Tyranids. And this is his kind of right-hand Sanguinary Priest, Brother Arturo, and he's more focused around healing and morale and momentum, but also he kind of can help beef up the aggressors of the squads with that kind of hail of fire ability, letting them put down thousands of Storm Bolter rounds.
All right, sounds great. The main feature that we want to show you today is the photo mode. What is the photo mode, David?
So anyone's played Black Lab Games' previous game of Battlestar Galactica Deadlock, and know one of the really cool things about that is that at the end of each round, at the end of each turn, you can go back and look back on the previous turn and set up some really cool shots with your spaceships in orbit. The developers are really keen to bring that, even though this is an I Go, You Go game rather than the We Go game, bring it in there and still be able to get a real sense of awe and wonder and beauty from some of the really good models they've made.
All right.
So photo mode lets you do that.
Cool. All right, so today we're going to show you how to capture a real cool photo mode grab. So here is now Paolo maneuvering the camera. So David, explain to us how it works, please.
So this is basically just a set mission save we have from Breaching the Heaven Wall, which was on one of the previous versions of the game people have been playing. So here, Paolo's got some Blood Angels and some Tyranids about to come involved. He's going to hit end turn and let the Tyranids take their turn, and then during that, we're going to take an opportunity to grab a snap.
Cool. So this is all about, seizing the opportunity to capture a really cool scene.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I think it's possibly a good opportunity as this Tyrannofex comes over to try and cause some havoc. I think Paolo had set up some very sensible Overwatch zones. Here we go.
There we go. All right. So Paolo was very quick at pushing that backspace button. So now we have a potentially very cool scene that we can edit in the photo mode system. So let's have a look at the various settings that you can tweak in the photo mode feature.
Yeah. So it's kind of got the photo mode camera is essentially set up kind of like a real world SLR. So lots of settings in here what you might get from if you used to photo taking in the real world. But there's also some key helpers because it's a video game, not the real world. So it's got a couple of rotation modes. So we can either have the camera orbit around a fixed point or fly through, which is kind of more like a straight camera on a thing, but whereas orbit basically focuses on a point and lets you rotate around that point.
All right.
Then there's field of view settings for choosing whether you want to see like an up-close super zoom or a wider out. Oh, that's a great shot. Look at that. With some massive old fisheye on the camera. And a bit of Dutch tilt if he wants to add a bit more drama to it. It's kind of a specialist thing that's often quite fun.
Okay. All right. So.
And then.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yep. So he's got his second tab here, which kind of focuses on like kind of the focus of the camera. So where does he want the real point of interest in the scene want to be? So Paolo's now kind of spinning it around, framing his shot really in a kind of more interesting manner. Mm-hmm. So we can set his focus distance, which is basically where is the camera focusing inside that scene.
So the further you set the bar, the further the focus point is.
Yes, and then and then he can use his aperture slider to basically affect how open or closed essentially the aperture on the lens is, which gives more or less depth of field effect.
Yeah.
And then there's even a finer tune slider for the depth of field itself to kind of help you really kind of tune the focal points of your shot where you want them to be.
Right. Let's have a look at the other settings, and then let's try to really get the best out of this shot. Cool. Sorry. What is the third category?
So the third one's for color balance. So you got all the usual things you might see any kind of color editor, exposure, so you can how much light and dark you want to let into the camera lens. Then you got a bit of you should probably, when you're moving that, you move your contrast to match it to try to keep your scene in a good state. You got saturation of how much color you want in or out of the scene. Obviously, you can go a bit crazy if you want to with oversaturate it, or completely knock it out entirely for a black and white shot. Contrast, obviously, whether between the light and dark in your scene. And temperature kind of adds a kind of post-processing effect of more warm red colors or cool blue colors into the scene.
That really looks amazing, by the way.
Yeah, cool.
Sorry.
And we've also left in some like kind of preset filters.
Yeah.
For people as well, if they want to go through, if they don't want to do their own customization, there's some presets there for them as well.
Cool. Yeah, I can see that some of those preset settings are pretty awesome looking. So, but for now, let's stick to custom and let's have a look at the fourth category.
And the last one's just to kind of polish off the screenshot. Also, you can have a bit more vignette or less vignettes, kind of focus in and edge out the corners of your camera. If you're more a photo person or a cinema person, you can add or remove your cinema bars, depending on what kind of screen you like to take. And obviously a bit of logos around as well, just to see a bit of branding and remind people where you got this from. I always like a top right battle sector myself.
Okay.
And finally, as Paolo's pointing out, is kind of one of the key cool bits of because the game is running in the background here. There is not like we've skipped out into a different mode. You can basically nudge through frames one at a time, looking for those key shots. And what's quite really cool about this, especially because the intercessors here are firing their bolt rounds, is all the bolt rounds are physically modelled. So if you wanted to, you can actually get a real close-up shot of each bolt round impacting on the Xenos. Yeah,
I can see how that's really handy for capturing, the really cool moment that you want to depict in your photo mode grab.
Yes.
All right, so now let's try to edit this current shot and basically make it the best looking as it can be.
Yeah. So
what are you suggesting, David?
So I think Paolo's actually done some really good work. He's kind of added there's lots of interesting elements in the scene. You've got the main points of action as kind of our intercessors and Tyrannofex in the middle there. But he's using the architecture of the scene to frame it. So if you look at, we got that nice Promethean pipe going overhead, adding a nice kind of field focus onto the right there. He's got lovely reflection off the control console on the right, which kind of adds a nice atmosphere to it. What you can also do is, as well as fiddling with the faders, as it were, on the focus distance, you can just click on the unit in the scene, and the camera will pick that unit as a focal distance straight away, which is much quicker than trapping everything you want to.
By the way, I wanted to mention.
That's quite cool.
By the way, I wanted to mention how these models really look crisp and cool looking when looked at very, very up close.
Yes.
They really did an amazing job at modeling these units.
No, the art team are proud of their work, and they should be. It was some exceptional work for the models in the game.
Yeah. All right. Let's maybe try to tweak the colors a bit. We really want to get
a little bit on the oversaturated on the bullet trails there, I think. Just need to nudge that down. There you go.
Yeah. I think, well, this is Warhammer 40K, so we really want to nail that grim, dark feeling in our shot, right?
Yeah, that's quite nice. If I was Paolo, I'd probably nudge it on a couple of scenes to take that explosion out the way, because I think it's an impact. Yeah, one more. Go on, nudge one more on Paolo. There we go. Because you got a nice muzzle flash from the intercessor bolt rifle, and all coming in. And what you can do then, you can basically hide your UI to see it in total. Say, okay, yep, if you like that, press space to bring the UI back up, and just hit enter to save your screenshot. And that screenshot goes into your My Docs. It will get saved to your cloud if you sync it to the cloud. But also, it's accessible for in the game as well. Obviously, because the game's still going on, as soon as you pause, the game's still happening. So it's a real pleasure, I find, of just going through and just like, oh, this is a great shot, just taking a shot and just getting there and getting those screenshots. So you can sort of see here, this is the one that Paolo has just taken. I'll go in ridiculously, one of my favorite features of the game is that little button at the bottom there, where you can basically tick to show it in the loading screen, which means that as the game loads in, there's obviously loading screens from the game itself. But if you tick that, so that when you're loading each level, you get your screenshots of your past memories, your past victories, your past glories. And I love it. It's a really great reminder of all the things I've done in the game.
That's great. Besides, it's a great tool to share on social media, forums, and to your other friends.
Our beta Discord is mostly just full of these photos.
Yeah.
Yes.
Speaking of which, we have a really nice selection of photo mod grabs taken by testers. So let's have a look at them.
Cool.
Yeah, as you can see, the photo mode is really a versatile tool. The game allows for a variety of different environments and plenty different units. You can set basically any sort of situation. Those shots are really amazing. I mean, some of them pretty look like actual dioramas with miniatures. They're just photorealistic.
Yeah, there's a whole thing of Warhammer of like building up those cool dioramas that you see in White Dwarf every month.
Yeah.
And we really want to give people a chance to do those.
Yeah. I can see Warhammer 40k fans having a blast with this feature.
Yeah, I've spent hours myself just making these.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, I would spend hours on this feature myself. All right, so this was the photo mode. There's a lot more that we can do with the photo mode editor. Today we only had a few minutes to show it to you, but we'll be back with this, with more content from the photo editor, as well as more features and more pieces of content that we haven't shown before of Warhammer 40k Battle Sector. The game, as previously mentioned, is on pre-order. You can currently get it at 10% off, and it will release on July 15 on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. So I believe we are pretty much running out of time now. So stay with us, because pretty soon we'll be back with Distant Worlds 2. All right? Thanks, everybody, and see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Che belle partite di merda.
Так, друзья, сейчас будет вопрос номер 2. Я его напишу в чат, чтобы всем было видно, потому что, как я понял, не все слушают почему-то. Поэтому сейчас я его напишу в чат, и ответы тоже пишите в чат, соответственно. Продублирую вопрос для тех, кому лень читать чат. Какой самолет Российской империи в период Первой мировой войны собирался из подбитых немецких самолетов? Причем серийно собирался, можно сказать. Даниил, тогда можешь кому-нибудь подсказать, и кто-то получит DLC. Вопрос оставляю активным еще минут на 10, так что давайте ищите, думайте, вспоминайте.
Well, hello everybody and welcome back. I'm Francesco, brand manager for the Distant War franchise. Today we're going to spend about half an hour chatting with Eric Routins, executive producer of Distant Wars 2. So, you know guys, the game has been in beta testing for a while now, actually a couple of months. And the Codeforce team is working really, really hard on it, but we don't have yet a release date. It's going to be soon, so make sure you follow our prod page on Steam and on our site to stay up to date. And today, for the first time after the official announcement, we're going to see the game in action. So without further ado, let's connect with Eric. Hello, Eric.
Hello, Francesco. How are you?
Hello. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Likewise.
So last time we were able to see some game sequences about Distant War 2, but we stopped when we first met the pirates. So any chance to see more action today?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, we're going to show a few things today. We're playing as the Mortallin. Last time we played as the Akadarians. The Mortallin are quite a different faction. They're very warrior focused, very feudal. So we'll be using the feudalism government and exploring some of the more kinetic solutions to problems in the distant worlds to galaxy. We're going to start by giving you a quick peek at what the galaxy looks like now, and then we'll pick up where we left off. Last time we stopped once the pirates showed up. This time we're going to show you how we go about dealing with the pirates once they have showed up. I'll talk you through that, and we also had some requests to take a deeper look at research and ship design, and there will be a few other sneak peeks as well.
That's great. So, Bruno, we can begin with the presentation. All right.
All right, so this first clip is going to be a zoom in, zoom out. We're looking at the Mortal homeworld here, and we're zooming out through their system. And now you'll get a chance to see that we've done a little more with the galaxy graphics. So you can see better the nebulas that make up some of the galactic terrain. There are different types of them, as well as some of the other galactic structures. And we'll go back in here, and you can see all the mining stations and the spaceport and the research station around our homeworld. And that's just our first quick sneak peek, and then we're going to move on from there.
All right.
So here we are. So this is picking up where we left off with pirates. So we've met our first pirate faction, and they're actually offering us a protection treaty. Now, pirates have an interesting backstory in Distant Worlds, which I won't reveal fully now, but one of the options you have with them is effectively you can pay them, and they will not break as much of your stuff. They'll leave you alone in exchange for some tribute. Being that we're the Mortal, and we decided not to take them up on that offer. Instead, we're going to fight. So we're going to take a look as the Mortal in here. The first thing we see, and this is typical for pirates, is they decide to set up camp around our one and only fuel station. Now we need Kazlon as a fuel to be able to power our hyperspace drives and our weapons to their full capability. So this is a pretty strategic location for us. And the pirates also love to have Kazlon. So we're taking a quick look through here. This is one of our updated ship design screens too. We're looking at the status of this particular mining station rather than making the design itself. And we're going to take a look at the pirate ship as well and see what kind of components it has and what their status is. You can have active, damaged, disabled, destroyed components in your design base on the left. And so one of the things you have to do when you're dealing with pirates is you have to obviously start building up a fleet to be able to stop the pirates doing what they want with your stations and your economy. You're going to learn how to protect the various parts of your economy. The most important parts of your economy are your resources, and those consist of, and we're looking through some of them here, you've got your construction resources, which you need in order to build things. They come in different shapes and sizes and rarities. Some of them you'll have more sources of, some you'll have fewer. We're very early in the game here, so we really don't have many sources. You're also going to have fuel, which is critical, and then you'll have a lot of luxury resources. So what we're doing here is we're queuing up additional locations for new mining stations to help build in some extra sources for our construction resources to make sure we can keep up with the need to build things. We're taking our one spy. We're assigning our spy to try to steal the territory map of these pirates so that we can find out where their hidden home base is. And we're skipping ahead a little bit here, and now we've got our home spaceport, and it's being raided by the pirates. They'll come by and they will attack your stations. Sometimes they'll destroy them. Sometimes they'll board them and steal stuff. It could be some of your resources, some of your credits, some of your research. And here at this point, we've built up some escorts. We've got them defending our home spaceport, and you can see them trying to chase off the pirate. But they'll keep this up, and this type of harassment also makes it harder for your civilian ships to operate. So what you need to do is you need to build up your capability to expand beyond your system, to establish multiple sources of construction fuel supplies, so the pirates, which are very much split up between multiple different competing factions, they're not a big monolith, so they can't really keep up with you. At the same time, you're going to want to improve your defensive and your offensive tech in order to be able to better fight them off sooner before they can mount their effective raids. And obviously, the more that you annoy them, the more they're going to try to push you back to your system, push you back even to your home planet, and even bottle you up there if they can. In this case, we're doing pretty well. And what happens here is a long series of skirmishes morphing into a full-on war. We eventually meet other pirate factions, but what we'll see pretty soon here is that we're going to take out this pirate faction. And one of the things we're doing here, I'm showing you, is the fleet templates. where I took a look and decided, okay, I want to change what the composition of my fleets are. And the templates are a handy way to do that. You can manually control what the composition of your fleet is, but by using these templates and assigning them the ship roles you want in the type of fleets, so attacking fleets, defending fleets, invading fleets, raiding fleets, each of them have a different general purpose in the game. You can set the tactical settings on a fleet level of how the ships respond. You can say what types of ships you want in them. And then when you make a new fleet, you can just say, use this template and fill it out. And if it takes losses, again, fill it back out to this template.
Great.
And we'll make use of that. I'll show a bit more of that later. And a similar thing, which I'll show shortly here, is that you also have army templates. And army templates, which are not something we had in Distant Worlds 1, also allow you to have a little bit more control over the basic composition of what types of armies you have at different types of colonies and locations and for your invasion fleets. So we're going to skip ahead a little further here. And at this point, we've discovered this is the original pirate faction and that we first met. And we discovered the location of their secret base. And we've built up a fleet now that's more than strong enough to take this out. We're looking at the design for that particular pirate base at this point. And so we've sent this fleet to attack them. And I'm looking at, this is basically an enemy target screen here, where you can queue the attacks on any enemy targets that you found. So for example, boom, right there, I just told our assistant AI, effectively, our digital viceroy, to send a fleet over to attack this particular base. And we have a large fleet that's got about 4 or 5 times the firepower of this base that is heading over there now. So we're going to watch that one warp in, and once it warps in, it's going to take out this pirate base relatively quickly. And you'll often find these bases. Here are the first ships coming in. So you'll often find these pirate bases. Yeah, I'm slowing it down a little now so we can watch a little better. You'll often find these pirate bases in out-of-the-way locations or around planets that have good resources, often gas giants that have fuel. It's a good place where pirates like to build their base for obvious reasons. So we've got a bunch of frigates now, Mortalan frigates, attacking this particular pirate base. We'll have a few more come in, and I'm watching the pirate base in the bottom left. Okay, we've taken down its shields, we've taken down its armor. We're now hitting its internal components and its hull. So it's not going to be long as we watch the damage accumulate. Also, you can see some of it accumulating on the ship model of the base itself. It's not going to be long. Here's the rest of our fleet just arrived, and the pirate base is gone. And one of the things that can happen in this case is if you've destroyed the faction, the remnants, in this case, one ship was left alive that wasn't around and that we hadn't destroyed earlier, and they decided to join us. So we now have that pirate ship joining our faction.
Well, that's great. However, as far as I know, space pirates will not be the only, let's call it, special faction in the game. Can you tell us something more about the independents?
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the independents. So one of the other things you'll run into are independent worlds. And these are worlds, and here we're meeting a first one. A lone trader has showed up. So a trading ship, a freighter that is not one of ours. It's not a pirate. It's not something we've met before. We meet them, and they start trading with us, and they tell us, oh, by the way, we come from this world, and they introduce us to them, in effect. So we're taking a quick look at who these guys are, what their design is, and then you'll see shortly, here's a message where they tell us of a nearby colony, which is the one that they came from. And we'll go take a look at that colony. So there are 2 ways to deal with independence, primarily. One is diplomacy. Now, they basically represent more minor planets that had never succeeded in pushing out. They were effectively suppressed by the pirates. So they have sort of an understanding. They trade with the pirates, they'll trade with us. So the first method, which we're doing here, is diplomacy. We're giving them some gifts, and we're getting trade treaties. There are 3 levels of trade, restricted, limited, and free. And as we progress them diplomatically through those levels, and as the long-term trust builds up, both from the gifts we've given them and the long-term trade, then they'll eventually be willing to allow us to send a colony ship and have them join our empire. But as the Mortalan, we're going to focus most of this on this other method, where we just made an invasion fleet. So we ran out of patience, and we got tired of giving them money. And so we took our troop transports, loaded them up with troops. I'm now going through the settings on this new invasion fleet that I created, making sure it's set to my liking. And you'll see in the top right here, there's the location on the galaxy map of that particular independent world that we were just having diplomacy with. And you can see in the middle here, we've got the location of our fleet. And so as soon as I'm done setting the different parameters to get them ready for the invasion, I'm trying to keep them in a relatively tight formation, making sure they all arrive at once. I don't want the troops to be dropped piecemeal. I've got them all heading now towards the independence system, these Ictarian independents. And here's their system. And I'm doing something a little bit sneaky here, because since I did establish trade with them, I did some diplomacy. I'm actually going to refuel my invasion fleet at their planet from their fuel stores first, make sure I'm all good and topped off, and then I'm going to go ahead and attack them. Now, I'm not going to show, we're not going to show this time, and I'm sorry in advance, we're not going to show the actual invasion. It did happen. It went well for us, but we're not quite ready to show the ground combat yet. That'll be next time, I expect. But you see the troop transport fleet here gathering, and I'm going to be giving them the attack order, and we'll watch them make their approach run. And just at the point where you would see the assault pods coming out from the troop transports, we'll stop this clip. But so you have your choice of how to deal with independence. Either way will bring them into your empire. Obviously, they'll be a little less happy if you bring them in through conquest. They might rebel against you, but if you bring them in diplomatically, they're happier, but it can also take a little more time and investment.
All right. And Mortalem seems like a really fun race to play with. Now, let's stop for a moment and focus on the research tree. There is a huge variety of research projects that can be developed, isn't there, Eric?
Yeah, and we had some questions about research last time, so I decided to give a little more in-depth tour this time. So in this particular clip, we're going to start out using the research interface in the top left here, and we're looking at our different research stations, each of which is generally built on a location that gives us a bonus in a particular area of research. And we're looking through our total research bonuses now. And you can see each bonus is broken out by the sources that contribute to that bonus. Now, these bonuses speed up research in that category. Each part of the tree belongs to a different category, but they also meet certain thresholds. So right now, you have effectively certain parts of the technology tree where if you haven't met a certain research threshold, it's effectively a gate, you can't proceed further. And combined with what we talked about earlier, where you have research that can be variable or fixed and blind or see all of it together, it can make for a lot of interesting chases for more bonuses and good research locations. So we're going through the different weapon techs now. There are multiple different trees here. These are the torpedoes, and you see it goes from the lowest tech level on the left-hand side, and then the paths lead you to the right-hand side to the higher tech level techs. Right now, we're looking through some of the kinetic weapons. We've got our long-range cannons, our railguns, our point defense weapons, and a lot of these weapon trees will have lighter weapons, heavier weapons, medium weapons, point defense weapons. Here we're into ground combat. We're looking at techs that unlock different types of troops, like robotic troops or clone troops, and techs that boost the effectiveness of our existing troops. This one gives us special operations forces. This one gives us some bonuses to shipboarding, along with a Star Marine barracks that we can actually put on our ships and stations to improve their defense. Logistics and troop recovery rate boosts. Here we've got our improved reactors, which give us better energy, more efficiency. Our shield tree, and now we've got our warp drives, where they start off with the basic skip drive, moving on up to the Garax, and it splits out into some drives that are faster, some that are quicker to spin up, some that are more efficient in terms of their use of fuel. Now we've got our engines, and again, as you get a little bit higher up, you start having some more choices as far as what type of efficiency you want, and some of these are border techs like that, those vector engines, which are a mix of your thrusters that help with your turn rate and your engines that help with your speed. Now we're getting down into starfighters. And again, those are split up into interceptors, strike fighters, and bombers. Here are your various armor technologies. And again, the higher up you go, the more options typically you have. And now we're getting into the construction techs. Now, this gets pretty involved here because we have a lot of different ship roles now, both on the military and civilian side. And they're split up throughout the construction tree in terms of getting access to them and getting access to higher level, larger ship hulls that give you more space and more component bays to work with as you advance up the tree. The early techs generally are very quick to get, and the farther you go in, the more research it requires to unlock these, which is fairly typical in a lot of tech trees. We've got our mining engines that speed up our mining, energy collectors. We got our different sensors and scanners, both short range, long range, penetrating ones. We got our different forms of exploration. You've got survey teams that can give you more in-depth exploration and scanners that can give you quicker exploration. And you've got colonization technologies. Some of them are just, there was a terraforming facility, and then you've got different colonization specializations that boost certain world types. There are far more world types in Distant Worlds 2 than there were in Distant Worlds 1. Now we got our transport systems, nothing terribly exciting, but you'll need them if you want to expand. Fuel cells and cargo bays to extend your range and how much you can store. More efficient docking. Crew systems, commerce systems, medical and recreation systems, and a lot of these get way more interesting as you go further down the tree and they start unlocking facilities to let you specialize in some of those areas and build them on your planets, like the coordinated control systems. And finally, we have diplomatic research. So here we have, for example, we've unlocked the research the language for Ectarians, and we've got some understanding of the culture of the Hakkonish. And these are things that once you meet some of these independent and major factions, where if you choose to invest some of your research in improving your understanding of their language, their history, their culture, it'll also give you bonuses in diplomacy.
Well, it's really impressive how deep the research tree is and how diplomacy plays such an important role within the game. And another thing that thrills me is the fact that we can actually build and design our own ships. So can we go into more detail about this feature?
Absolutely. So we decided this time to go ahead and show you how we would build a new ship from the ground up here. So we're going to do a frigate this time. So I'm going here to my overall list of designs and I'm saying I want to add a new design. And this brings up all my existing hulls that I've researched. So I've got different types of escorts that I'm initially looking through: normal escort, heavy escort. Here's our base frigate hull, patrol escorts, and each of these have different specializations. And we decided to just do a frigate. So on the top left, I've got my list of all the components that I have researched. On the bottom left are all the component bays that I have on the ship. On the top right there, I'm piping in the name of this new design. And I'm also got a list of what are called defects and recommendations. Defects are things without which, unless they're fixed, I can't actually save the design. Recommendations are just that. So first thing, we're putting on a fission reactor. Now we actually have some energy in the ship. And I'm looking through the defects to see what else I need in order to make the ship work. So I'm adding on a couple of fuel cells to give it fuel so it can actually go somewhere. I'm giving it a hyperdrive, and I'm going up, and as I'm looking through these, you'll also see some of the details of these components as I select them and hover over them. So the command center is effectively the bridge of the ship. That's where my officers are going to be. I'm also going to have to add on some crew systems, which are effectively life support and quarters for the crew that are actually going to be running the ship. And I think we're going to switch over next to the engine category. And you'll see in the center that these color-coded circles on the ship match up with the color coding of the design bays on the left. And you can place things by putting them in the design bays, or for the external components, you can actually click on where on the ship you want them to. So for the engines, I'm looking at the proton engines, but I'm also looking at the directional thrusters. The directional thrusters give me more turn rate and a little bit of extra evasion. The engines give me straight out much more speed. So I'm playing around with that, and one of the things to be aware of with engine design is engine symmetry is maintained. So as we're putting these things in here, it's adjusting their positions a bit to maintain engine symmetry. So we've figured that out. Now I think we're going to move on to taking a look at weapons. And on the right-hand side, you can always see a summary also of some of the resulting characteristics of our ship based on what we've put in so far. So I'm looking through the different weapon types. We've got some Epsilon torpedoes, which are great for longer range. We've got railguns, great kinetic weapons for short range. We're probably going to want a point defense weapon. And I'm looking at a comparison now. I've selected one component, I'm hovering over another, so I can see this direct comparison of which areas each component is better or worse in compared to the other. And that's going to help me decide what I want to put on here. And the summaries on the right will also help inform that. And so I'm placing these And as I'm placing them, I'm also, in this case, for the most part, placing them on the actual ship, because that'll show me where that weapon is going to be. And the little gray sphere or hemisphere around the weapon slot also shows me the arc that that weapon is going to be able to fire in. And so I'm putting a point defense weapon right there up on the top in the center. I've put an Epsilon torpedo and a railgun also in the two front slots. And I'm now just deciding what to do on the two back slots. And I realized I've run out of energy. So I placed another fission reactor to make sure I would keep up with the energy needs. The top bar on the right-hand side is the energy outside of hyperspace, and the bottom bar is the energy when you're in hyperspace, because hyperdrive uses a lot. So obviously we've got abundant energy now that we've added the second reactor, and now I'm placing those extra railguns in the back and realizing that I'm now a little short on crew, so I'm putting another crew system in my internal slots. So now all that's working. I've got all my weapons placed, all my engines placed. I've got enough crew and energy to take care of them all. So the next step is going to be to add an energy collector to cover my static energy needs. In other words, when I'm not moving, that can help my ship avoid using fuel. And then we're going to look at defenses. So there are often two layers of defense that you primarily want to focus on for the defense slots. One is armor, one is shields. You don't have to have both, but it's often useful to have both because some weapons are better against armor, some are better against shields. In this case, as the Mortland, we're putting in some heavy armor, and we're putting a deflection field generator on, which is an early type of shield technology. You also have a third layer of defense, really, which is your evasion or countermeasures. And that's something that we're not focusing on a lot in this hull, but that's another part. And we've just picked a sensor to put in our one sensor slot, a proximity sensor, to make sure that if we're not in an area where we already have a station, say, that can effectively reveal what's around us, if we're operating in a system where there isn't anything else, that we can still see what's around us. And then finally, realizing we had some extra room, we swapped in a medium railgun in place of a small one, which brought us to pretty much our maximum space. And now we're going down the right-hand side, looking at all the information there to make sure that the ship is roughly performing how we would expect, that it has the capabilities we would expect. And there's a lot of information that's summarized here that a player can go through. And at the very bottom, those are all the resources that are going to be required to build the ship based on both the hull and the components we chose to put into it. So you also have control of what resources the ship effectively uses by what components you choose to put in it. And so that you see the little red and blue bars, those are telling us about our firepower and our point defense. The chart above that tells us about our speed and our maneuverability, and then there's our energy usage. Taking a quick look through the ship now, make sure we're happy with how it looks. So you can see where we place the weapons. You can actually see the meshes outside the ship for the torpedo and the point defense and the railgun weapons in each place where we actually put those. If we hadn't put weapon there, you wouldn't see that mesh. You can also see the sensor mesh. You can also see the shield generator mesh on top, that sort of glowing circle thing. So that's all also based on what we actually added. The engines, the cells in the back were based on the engines we actually added. And the last part of this is we're going to save this particular design. And once we save it, we're just going to queue one up to build so we can see how it's built. All right, so we're saving it. Now we see it shows up in our design list of available designs. And now we just go out, and this is the easiest, quickest way to build. We'll go to our build order queue. We'll pick this new design from our frigate list, select one, pay the price, and boom, and that'll queue it up in whatever shipyard has the most capability right now to build it. Or you can go manually by shipyard and say, I want to build it here. That's fine too.
Cool, that's truly amazing. And I know that you prepared another little sneak peek for us. What is it about?
Yeah, so this is our last little peek. We've been working through the backstory here, and one of the nice things is that you're not the first ones to have gone out into the galaxy. So this is an example of some of the things you can find here. We've discovered an ancient abandoned starbase, and we've decided to investigate it. And I just wanted to show also a little bit of the automation here. We got a message that told us about this. We went to see what it was. There it is. It's not in very good shape. Our exploration ship has found it, and since we said we want to investigate it, that will automatically queue an available construction ship to go over there. So we're looking at our construction ships now, and we can indeed see one that says it's going to go build that station, which means it's going to go there, it's going to start repairing what it can of it and salvaging information from it. And since it's selected, we can see the yellow movement path is showing us where that construction ship is and that it's heading over to repair that station. And who knows what we'll find as that station is repaired, what other things that might reveal. And then this is our first space creature that we're revealing. This is the Gravelex. I won't say anything about their backstory, but they're kind of nasty. And it's sitting here around a star. They tend to feed on stars. And it's in a cloud of debris from ships that it has destroyed. So that'll be something I think that we'll show a bit more of in the future, the Gravelex.
Okay, and that Gravelex looks dangerous. So before closing, let me ask you one last thing. How proud are you of this game? I mean, such a deep, complex, and detailed 4X space strategy game developed by a small team like Codeforce. I mean, it took a while, but the game looks just amazing.
Distant Worlds is a very special project to me. Elliot and I have poured our hearts into this, and it has been just an incredible focus for both of us for years now to bring the Distant Worlds community a better and greater Distant Worlds, and we're getting close. The beta testers have given us an incredible amount of good feedback. We're very happy with the beta testing involvement we've gotten, and we're very proud of what we've accomplished so far. We have a ways still to go, but we'll keep giving you more sneak peeks as time goes on, and hopefully soon we'll be able to talk about a date.
Well, thank you very much, Eric. Thank you for joining us. And that's it for today, but a lot of things are on the way in the coming days. So again, make sure you follow our product page. Now it's Starship Trooper time. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon. Cheers, guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Alberto here once again with loyal Paolo to my left once again. And once again, we're going to call David from England. David, can you hear us?
You hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
Hey!
That's perfect. All right. So just for a bit of introduction, just in case someone hasn't heard of Starship Troopers Terran Command yet. David, what is Starship Troopers Terran Command?
Starship Troopers Terran Command is a real-time strategy game based on the kind of Starship Troopers movie license that involves the Federation and the Arachnids disliking each other for various reasons. It's a mostly single-player focused RTS game where you're going out there taking control of the Federation's troops and doing your best to invade a planet that has lots of important things on it and obviously lots of bugs on it because, well, we're the point otherwise.
All right, that sounds great. Well, you know, we have shown you gameplay clips before of the game, a few snippets here and there, but we never really shown you the full game itself. We never really showed an actual full stream of a mission. And we have a treat for you today because that's what we're going to do today. Before we get to it, though, I must remind you something. The game is in a pre-beta stage, so it hasn't been tested extensively to a wider audience. It's just been tested internally. So, of course, we plan to keep improving the game, to keep adding extra polish and basically listen to a wider feedback when it will be time for it. We know that plenty of you have already applied to the beta. The wait is pretty, well, you won't have to wait much longer because we're really, really close to launching the first beta now. But yeah, we will give you further news about that when the time is due. But yeah, as mentioned today, we're going to show you a full mission of Starship Troopers Terran Command. This is a pretty good impression of what the game is about. Of course, there might be a couple of glitches here and there due to it being a pre-beta stage, but if that happens, just bear with us. David, I'm pretty sure that you can tell you can tell the viewers if something is not final yet or something glitches out. Yes. Anyway, the mission is called Peace of Mind. It's basically a mix of defensive and offensive gameplay. What are we seeing here, David? What can you tell us about it?
Sorry, do you want to press pause a second, Paolo, just so I can talk about something? So, yeah, this is kind of from the pre-beta, so it's not been played by anybody yet, and this is a special version of this map we've made for this stream. So obviously in the final game, there's a whole story about why you're there. There's characters to talk about, but we haven't cast them yet, so they're not in this stream. So this is very much a set piece to kind of show the gameplay and some of the nature of the level we want to talk about. But obviously there's bits still to come in that they're coming. Sorry, Paolo, carry on. So what we're looking at here is kind of our main base here. This is kind of our main radio station. The main objective of this map is to survive, stay in put, keep this radio base operational, and push out from here to reopen these mining shafts nearby. The whole reason you're on this planet is because the mobile infantry and fleet need the minerals for their war efforts against the Arachnids.
Oh, here
you come.
Yeah.
Here comes some bad guys.
Oh, I see some flamethrowers.
That was unfortunate. You probably, if I were you, I think I'd have stood on the wall. But standing in the sand is also an option. Some unfortunate casualties there I saw. Yeah. DVPs have lost an arm. Oh well, these things happen.
I could see one of the troopers just crawling in their blood. The game can be pretty gory at times, right?
Well, yeah, one of the things we're quite happy to have added is kind of a system for the troopers, just because it is so important for those first scenes of Starship Troopers where you got people's legs just disappearing and going in half, and so we've added a whole system of bits and bobs of bodies flying off to make sure keep everybody entertained.
Yeah.
Cool. So,
sorry, go ahead.
Then we got that first attack wave defeated. There's still going to be some bugs coming in from our southwest there that Paolo's going to have to defend against, so he's going to leave his troops there up on the wall. So what we also want a chance to talk about kind of, because people haven't seen our user interface before, they've only seen kind of stills from the game. So I can hear myself in the background, by the way, Alberto, if you know. So we got our minimap on the bottom left showing kind of where we are on the map, and the red exclamation marks showing where the bug attack waves are going to come from for now. On this one, we kind of know where they're coming from. And we have also, each of our units has numerous skills. This is our radio bunker where we purchase the units from. We have our combat engineers who are equipped with flamethrowers and also flame grenades. And you can see these guys up on the wall here, stopping those bugs from climbing these outpost walls. So they're nimble little buggers, and we've got to stop them. Cool, well done, pal. You're doing a sterling job. So what kind of our role here is basically get these mining shafts up and running. So what you can do is you can go into these mining shafts and check for bugs. So Paolo's going to go and do that. Before he gets there, it's unsurprisingly full of bugs. Because, well, why would we be here if it wasn't full of bugs? So yes, he's got some interesting challenges here of some of these warrior bugs coming out to defend the little nest. He's getting support from that heavy machine gun up on the walls there, and his engineers come around to give him some support as well. But he seems to be doing a decent job of it. It's lost a few guys and girls. All of our the Starship Troopers is well known for having a mixed group of mobile infantry and sort of our forces here. So he's calling some reinforcements in for our dropship, and he's got to go in there and clean it out just to basically seal off any access to the bugs this mine shaft, so that our miners can come back in and extract the important precious materials.
Sorry, I see a weird notice on the screen. What's that?
Yes. So now he's done that. The bugs have got, well, shall we say, irritated.
Yeah.
So whereas previously you only really had the classic warrior bugs coming and being a bit of a pest, he's now got hoppers as well, which are the people who watch the movie remember are the kind of nasty flying guys who turn up and take people's heads off, that kind of thing. So also importantly, if we go back to the base, Paolo, where you were building that unit. So his engineers on the left there.
Oh yeah.
They've just run off and they're going to build his own HMG turret. So the important thing here is before he didn't have the ability to build that HMG turret because they need support from the fleet. Basically, the fleet need to know you're doing well to give you the resources to build these kind of hard fixed emplacements. This is kind of how our supply system works in Starship Troopers Terran Command. If you have two resources just down, you can see down at the bottom there. Yeah. You've got the square boxes, which are kind of like your standard supply you might see in any other RTS of each unit costs a certain amount and you can build so many of them. Then you also have the kind of the Federation winged symbol, which are the kind of war support, which is how well the fleet and mobile infantry high command think you're doing.
Yeah.
The better you do, the more of those you get, and the more of those points you get, the more cool and fun toys you're able to build. So in this situation, Paolo's choosing to use those to defend his base, but later on you'll find that they could be used for buying more offensive weapons as well.
All right. So now Paolo has pretty much fortified his base, and we're trying to push out to the west to see if we can capture a base there.
Yes, so importantly, Kwalasha, the planet that we're on, isn't at the core of the Federation. It's well out there in the flanks on the wilderness somewhere. So we've got a very nasty kind of atmospheric interference. So unless you hold these radio bases, or as you've seen, radio operators, you can't basically get communications with the fleet up in orbit on the large ships. So it's these kind of core bases that give you that ability to call down dropships and support your troops.
All right.
But also importantly, attached to many of these radio posts like this one, so you see the big boxy containers there are supplies. So you'll notice Paolo now has 20 supply available because he's taken this. And also attached to it to the left there is a command HQ, which gives him the ability now to recruit snipers. So he's got one of those buildings attached to his crew. So he's got to bring a sniper now to help him defend this area.
All right. So what does the sniper unit do?
So the sniper is a classic one. It's a very small elite force. You'll recognise in the movie the comically large lens on the top of the gun. And they're going to be a help to basically pick units off from distance. So one thing Paolo might want to look at here is he's got his mine here. He's going to have to try and take to the top here, but you might want to hold on a second, because also if he looks to his southwest on his minimap, he'll notice there's another hive pulsing away there. If you go down a bit from there, Paolo.
All right.
And by activating this base near to this hive, he's also now made a few other friends.
Yeah.
So it's not just a case of take a thing and move forward, he's now made himself more trouble. Yeah. So it's definitely a positive thing here. You might want to go back there and make sure he's got enough reinforcements around that base before moving on.
Basically, we must avoid overextending our lines.
Yes, you basically need to make sure you're secure, because the bugs will always keep coming for you. They'll come and try and take your bases off the way. You see they're getting round to the back side, and if he's not careful, he'll be missing a base where he thought he had one. Cool.
Right.
So one thing with rifle troopers, so the guys down there, most units have special abilities as well. So the rifle troopers have grenades, and also they can use their underslung shotguns on their Marita Mark 1 rifles. The combat engineers can throw flame grenades. Radio operators can call in dropships, and snipers have a kind of special shots that help them take down big units and basically stun them temporarily.
Yeah.
So he's closed this mine down now, but he's also irritated these kind of drone bugs as kind of like young warriors that are out there in this little extension hive. So he's having to send in his engineers to put down this trouble. So what you can do right now is you probably want to use your engineers to burn it down, Paolo, and pull your other guys out of the way before they get to burn it themselves. Yeah, friendly fire is a thing. You might not want to stand there, mate.
Well, I mean, when you join up for the mobile infantry,
well, yes,
it's
true. It's nice to not be killed by your friends. It's nice to be killed by the enemy. And if I was you, Paolo, I'd take one of those infantry units, maybe that no pips guy, and go and defend that other base. If I was you. There you go. So get some grenades in there, get that thing brought down. So you'll just notice there that rifle trooper he's using right now. He's got 2 pips above his emblem. That's one's gained experience through combat, and is now not only is they perform better in combat, but they've also unlocked the high explosive grenade requisition, which will be very useful against some of the larger bugs you might find out there.
Yeah. All right. So we destroyed that hive.
We have. Though I think you really should send another trooper to defend that base. Otherwise, he's going to be in trouble later on. Yes, that's it. I think you're going to need some help over there, Paolo. Yes. So he's going to send his engineers over there, and if I were you, I'd probably build a HMG turret in the bottom left.
All right.
So we've taken this mine. There's 2 others on this map, so we've got to go and take the one over in the northeast next. So we'll let Paolo do a bit of rearranging and plonk down a HMG turret.
Yeah.
So because you're the mobile infantry, they're quite mobile. So if we they can group select them.
I think you need to
so you can select all you guys, take transport, and because you're near a radio operator, you can plonk down a radio signal, drop zone, and request a drop ship to basically port your guys all the way across the other side of the map. Actually, it's probably worth checking on that main base, Paolo, so I can see some people attacking you. Because the other thing, because Paolo's now taken this mine, the bugs know you're here, they're still more angry. To be honest, they're never not angry. So if he scrolls back to the main base now, you'll notice there's a 3rd pulsing exclamation mark on the minimap.
Oh yeah.
Meaning he's not only got troops coming from these kind of east side, but also from the south side as well. So those H&2 turrets are doing sterling work. Well done, Paolo. So his troops have been taken over. They're now here in the main base. So they can all potter off. We're going to go and try and take that place to the northeast. So yeah, so each of these bases kind of has things attached to them. So you can see here we've got multiple drop zones for that base. Some of the small bases only have 1 drop zone to make it hard to get through.
Oh, wait, sorry. I think they're evolving once again.
Yes, so it's a whole new threat. These are spitter bugs, which are not really seen in the movies. These guys are, if anyone's played the role-playing game, you'll know them from that. But I suspect that's about 2 people. So they'll start turning up later, and they're a nasty threat because they're a ranged threat. So whereas all these other warriors obviously want to get up in your face and help you to detach your leg from your body, the other spitters are quite able to hang back behind those line of warriors and cover you in goop. So Paolo's got to take this satellite station, which is another base to communicate with the fleet. And attached to this satellite station is an ammo depot. So rather than a command post. And the ammo depot unlocks 2 other unit types of Mark II troopers with the Mark II Marita rifle, and also rocket troopers. So Paolo can bring down his Mark II troopers, but he's noticeably he hasn't got enough supply now to buy some rocket troopers, so he might find that he might hit a bit of trouble soon. We'll find out. People die. He'll get his supply freed up. It's fine. The wonderful benefits of the Starship Troopers thing is that people get killed.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So he's got over here. So he's got now a new challenge. He's got 2 hives here who are attacking this base. Actually 3 if he counts cleverly. So he's got a hive to the left, a hive to the right, and he's stuck here in the middle of the view. So he's sending his troops out to kind of clear the local area of any arachnid menace. Then he can start cleaning them down.
I noticed that some of the units have some pits on top of their icons. What does it mean?
Yeah, so I said the kind of more experience, so the more you can keep your units alive, the more experience they get, the better they get. Of course, the survivability expectation of your mobile infantry, not always so great, but you know, sometimes it works fine.
I think Paolo is getting attacked from both sides there.
Yeah, so he's doing a reasonable job. He might want to. Oh, there you go. There's the spitters. There's some spitter goop coming in. Just going to start causing him some trouble. So yes, he's having to move closer, use his shotguns to try and put them down. Sorry, Alberto.
The tunnel is pretty close. Maybe he can push forward and capture that. I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. He's got to be reasonably careful, but it's certainly worth trying to suppress that tunnel.
Nice.
There we go, that's more like it. Although I think he may have got a few of his own chaps in that particular fusillade, but yeah, we got him.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go, someone else died, poor girl. So he's nearly there, he feels like he's got to do it. That rifle troop may or may not survive. No. Oh well, these things happen. At least now he can buy his Rocketeers. Those rocket troopers, they cost both manpower supply and war support supply, because you need people, but also the Federation doesn't let anyone just run around with a great big rocket launcher with an attack oxy nuke attached to it.
I can tell there's never a dull moment in this game, you know. It's exciting, it's fast-paced, and you basically, there's a constant back and forth between the arachnids.
Yes, I'm just those pings on his minimap show someone's climbing up his wall, his main base, so it's a good job he's got some good defensive lines there. So there you go, he goes through there, and he can probably send in those Mark II troopers there to probably clean the hive out if you wanted to. Oh, no, there's some more bad guys coming out. Run away, get some reinforcements, Paolo. Get some dropships in.
Oh, nice to see rocket troopers.
And the rocket troopers, by default, they kind of fire a shaped charge for taking on armored units, but they have a special ability if Paolo wants to use to fire high explosive units. High explosive rocket that really does a lot of damage to splash, but also tends to kill your own guys. So, swings and roundabouts. So he's got to go in there, clean it out. I think that's probably it for that. There we go, some reinforcements coming in. There you go, well done, Paolo.
Nice.
Nicely cleared out. So now his next stage of mission is over on his east, as you're looking at it. There's another mine, which is the ultimate objective. So he's got to go and try and push on that. Go on, yeah, get some more troops in there, Paolo. Yeah, maybe don't lead with the rocket troop, though. Maybe get someone in front of him. There we go, that's more like it. There you go, lobbing some underslung, some Marita Mark II rifle comes with an underslung grenade launcher. So it can, these guys can not only operate as heavy fire suppression, but also stand behind the lines, lobbing explosives over the top. Because one of the kind of important features of Starship Troopers is that a lot of your units block line of fire for your other units, so you can't just stack them up. So it's important to have troops like the snipers and the rocket troopers who fight. Oh, that's a problem.
Oh my god.
So those engineers aren't in the best situation, in all honesty. But there you go. And he's gone down, and
nicely done, Paolo.
Oh, wow, blimey, Paolo, well reacted.
Yeah.
He did a very good job of that. I think it's almost like he knew it was coming with those rocket troopers there.
Yeah, so the rocket troopers is really good at penetrating armor.
Yes, that's kind of the primary utility of put down heavily armored bugs. There are more than just the tankers in the final game, but this is what you get to see here. And he's going to kind of put these guys down, something out, throw some fire grenades in there to keep them pinned in, and then clean through. He's cleaning house very nicely.
Nice.
So yeah, so part of what Paolo's doing quite well here is kind of spreading his forces out. So he's got forces back defending, forces back attacking. He does have attack. Unfortunately, his problem now is because he's cleaned this one out, and he's obviously got hoppers attacking units that aren't very good at taking out. He's got no snipers, so those hoppers are doing quite a lot of damage. This is what you get for not bringing snipers, Paolo, I'm afraid. So there's a few little guys losing their heads there, I think. Oh, unfortunate. Might want to get back to your main base and get some help. So he's kind of now in the end stages of the map. Really, he's only got one mine left to take, and the bugs are fully irritated, shall we say? So there's 4 flashing emblems over there. It's good work. Get those snipers out there, take down. And yes, there are bug holes, and yes, you can nuke them, but you need to get your rocket troopers up to level 2 to get access to those cave cracker warheads.
I think those snappers are just going on their own.
That's the unfortunate thing. If you don't tell them to attack, unfortunate. You never trust command, soldier. Never trust command. So he's kind of in the last phase. He's mostly on top. This is just one way of playing this map. He didn't have to play it this way. So one of the real things we're going after with a lot of the Stormtrooper Terran Commands levels is to give people kind of the freedom to solve the maps how they want to. So if Paolo wants to, he could have kept pushing around from the clockwise. He could have gone down to the southwest. There's some hidden supply caches down the southwest he could have found. He could have cleared off that bug hive near his initial base, so he could have brought more troops over to the east side.
Yeah.
So a lot of what we're trying to do is give people that kind of freedom and flexibility to enjoy the game how they want to enjoy it.
Yeah.
And try to keep people alive, because, it's a nice thing to do. Oh dear, more ambush. More dead. Oh well. They serve the Federation well.
Yeah, it's their duty and their privilege.
Yes. Oh no, these guys are actually doing well. He's got some level 3 Mark II guys there now, so they've got access to armor-piercing volleys, which basically will punch through bugs and armor. They'll go through one bug to the next bug to the next bug to the next bug. So you get a big old nest of them who can scythe them down like the Reaper.
All right, so
cool. Go on, Paolo. Go and take that last hive. You know you want to. He's feeling strong.
Actually. I'm surprised.
Yeah, no, yes. As a small secret, he may have played this before. There you go. So he's got to head up here. There's one last hive to clear out. It's a bit of a hard attack because you've got to come straight up this slope, and there's unsurprisingly bugs in the way. And I think someone in the chat saying is a friendly fire thing. So oh dear, hostile fires, I think. By default, your troops won't kill each other, but if you start using special abilities, that's your own risk. If you're going to start going around throwing grenades and lobbing tactical rocket strikes at your own men, yeah, that's your thing. That's your doing. So you get to kill them.
Pretty cool. All right.
So, yes.
So I think we made a lot of progress here today. Of course, this is just one topic that will be in our game. Of course, as mentioned, this is still in pre-beta stage, so expect a lot of polish improvement. So this version of the game is subject to change. We're really looking forward to sending the game out. Oh, here's another tanker bug. Let's just see how this plays out. Oh yeah, that's a lot.
I think you'll be fine. Oh, those rocket troopers are firing at the warriors. They probably shouldn't be. That might get messy. Oh, there's people on fire. Oh well.
But yeah, as I was saying, we're really looking forward to sending the game out there to beta testers, to those of you who have applied to the beta. We're really looking forward to hearing what you think. It's really important for us to get this done right. We know there's a lot of hype and anticipation about the game. We don't have a lot of time left, so let's just try to wrap it up here.
Yes.
We hope you really enjoyed this showcase of Starship Troopers Terran Command. You can expect a lot of news about the game in the future. There's a lot more that we are going to show you about the game. Several types of missions, different units, different types of enemies, the single-player campaign. There's just a lot to this. But I'm afraid this is it for today. So I'm running out of time, so I must say goodbye to you now, but we'll be back on the main stage pretty soon because Mark has some exciting news to share with you. Bye, guys.
Итак, народ, вопрос для тех, кому нужен Order of Battle Red Storm. Какой танк, поступив на испытание на американском полигоне в начале войны, вызвал у американцев довольно-таки негативные оценки. В первую очередь касались они двигателя и воздушного очистителя, который был, по их мнению, даже совершенно неполноценен, даже если бы он был правильно сделан. Вот. Время пошло. Давайте, угадывайте. Вопросы намного проще, чем предыдущие. Так, народ, давайте гадайте. У нас есть 4,5 минуты, чтобы выиграть новый приз. Так что, кому нужен Order of Battle Red Storm, пожалуйста, отвечайте на вопрос, получите от меня код на игру. Товарищи, варианты-то будут. Осталось 3 минуты. Даниил уже знает ответ, но в нем я не сомневался. Он у нас известный знаток Второй мировой и Первой мировой. Но от вас я жду ответа. Мне кажется, действительно очень простой вопрос. Следующий будет, наверное, посложнее. Давайте. Дерзайте. Жду ваших вариантов. Может быть, действительно приз просто никому не нравится, поэтому никто варианты не пишет. Поэтому, если вам не нравится приз и вы не хотите участвовать, то после отсчета можете написать правильный ответ. Скажем так, приз останется на следующие вопросы, а буду иметь в виду. Может, действительно имеет смысл раздать тем, кому просто интересна игра, которую предлагаю. Вот, так что если у нас победителей не найдется в течение следующих вопросов, то игру буду раздавать тому, кому интересно. Хромов, поздравляю. Да, это действительно Т-34. Так что тоже напиши в чат. Ну или как тебе удобно, можешь комментарий где-нибудь оставить. Свою почту. Я тебе пришлю код. Поздравляю.
And here we are back to the main stage. As you see, a little bit of a change in the coloring and a new outfit. And we've seen a lot of stuff today. I have to say that some of these things have been exciting to see for the first time. We have covered a lot of ground, and we have also showed how much we change in diverse gameplay, and we are trying hard to reach out to these new players, but also stay true to our roots. What is very important for us is now that we have a full hour of new games. We have a full hour of new announcements where we will have about 10-15 minutes per game and a little bit more at the end. We will give you a lot of insights about these 4 new games, but also you will understand what I was referring to earlier on when we discussed about the idea of carefully mixing original IPs, so owned properties, licensed games, and completely new franchises. There's a bit of all of these things. There's magical spells, there's Spitfires, there's armored units, there's distant planets. You will see a load of different things over the next hour or so. So stay tuned for the next hour because it's going to be really exciting. Well, the first thing I have to say, I will just say using a little trailer that represent very well what I'm just saying. Let's see.
Old man, you seek the spell of mastery. You have come too late. My work has already met with success. If that is the truth, then your work must stop. Incantus Espora Ignius
And here it is, the first reveal of Master of Magic. We acquired the Master of Magic IP about 2.5 years ago, and there is already a lot of ground that we could cover about this game. We have partnered with one of the most outstanding development teams for this genre, the Thea the Awakening team, Muha Games, and we are going to have a quick conversation with Muha Games today. But before we get to that, we have prepared a short video of like a recorded interview that will cover some of the basics of the game and what we are planning to do with Master of Magic. Before I get to that, let me tell you that Master of Magic is an important property not only for Slitherine. It's the heritage of the video games industry. It's bearing with its name, you know, how the strategy genre started as a whole. So it is important for us that we treat it in the best possible way. We will do our best to deliver a game that is absolutely true to the roots of the franchise, but also delivers on innovation and stays, you know, true to what strategy gamers are used to these days. Let's play a little interview video and get back to the stage just after that.
Hi everyone, I'm Mila Undro, or Yuki from Muha Games, and we're the studio working on Master of Magic. Master of Magic is a classic of the turn-based strategy genre, and it is our goal to bring back this gem from the 90s to a modern audience. Set in the fantasy worlds of Arcanus and Mirror, Master of Magic features a variety of creatures and peoples such as elves, dwarves, trolls and dragons. The player actually takes on the role of a great wizard, destined to crush all opposition, all for the ultimate title of the Master of Magic. As a Polish indie studio with 2 titles, Wargamers are not new to the genre. Both Thea the Awakening and Thea 2 the Shattering are in part fantasy turn-based strategy games with a lot of similar elements and themes in it, so that's probably why we were so excited to work on Master of Magic. In order to remain faithful to the original, we played, and of course continue to play, a lot of the game, just to see what made it great. And of course the real protagonists of the original Master of Magic are the wizards and their spells. And with that in mind, you get to choose what magic book your wizards get to use, what traits they get, and what race they control at the start of the game. Master of Magic isn't just about managing your cities, armies and diplomacy. The key to victory really is your spell power and magic. So the spells in the game are immensely powerful. You can do anything from summoning an army or a mythical creature, or buffing your units, doing direct damage, or even global effects. Players begin in either Arcanus or Mirror, and will attempt to either defeat all the other wizards or cast a spell of mastery. And of course all the other wizards have the same objective and will compete for it. Our main design objective is to remain faithful to Master of Magic while enhancing the underlying systems. So one of those changes is changing from square-based maps to hexes, which we do feel offer a better, more flexible gameplay. And another one is the wizards themselves, and they got a great facelift from our talented art team. Master of Magic is currently in early alpha, but we can't wait to share more details with you as we get on. So be sure to join us on the Wargamers Discord channel or the Slitherine forums for all the upcoming news about Master of Magic.
This is really exciting because, you know, you see from the logo itself, we try to recreate that old feel but modernizing, and that's exactly what will happen with the franchise. So let me connect with Mila, and after we recorded Mila, we'll have live Mila. Hello, Mila.
Hi.
Hello, listen. It's exciting, right? So the first thing I'm going to ask you is, how does it feel working on the Master of Magic franchise?
Well, it's definitely a lot of pressure. So it's different from what we've done before, and you get the weight of working on such a beloved title and a beloved IP. So there's that, but it's a great experience. Yeah, I think so far it's been a really good one. So yeah.
Are the team fans of the original Master of Magic? Are you playing it?
Oh yeah, we're definitely playing it a lot. Some of us have played it back in the day, not everyone, because I guess some of us missed the boat back in the 90s, I'm not sure. But we've definitely spent long hours replaying the game now, and yeah, we really enjoy it. And we're just looking forward to finding ways to bringing it into the 21st century as well.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was going to say, there's probably hopefully a lot of people who never played Master of Magic watching this right now. So can you tell us what it is and how it plays, what it is at its core?
Yeah, so essentially it is a turn-based strategy game. So in that way, it's all about building the cities, managing your armies, conquering your enemies. But actually, I think what makes Master of Magic different and special is that you take on the role of a wizard, and the way you really win the game is through the accumulation of power, of mana, of researching spells, and then using those spells in so many different weird ways against your enemy. So every playthrough you can come up with these new wonderful ways to outsmart the other wizards. So I think that's really the key for us of what makes Master of Magic a bit different.
Yeah, you're mentioning wizards. How do you choose which wizard to use, and can you tell us a bit more about these playable figures?
Yeah, so there's going to be 14 wizards back from the original in our version 2, and so they all have their own little backstory and that sort of thing. So you've got Merlin, who's your classical quintessential wizard, and oh, there we go, Merlin. And you've got all sorts of others, even we've got Demon, we've got all sorts. But as you choose them when you start the game, you can actually customize them a lot. So you choose the race that this wizard will be in charge of when you begin the game. You choose the magic books that they will wield, and that will then determine the spells that they can research and eventually cast. So there is a lot of room for customization, even though you have these 14 preset wizards.
Yeah, you're rightly saying about the race you attach your wizards to. So how does it work, and what are the races that are in the game?
Yeah, so again, there's I believe also 14 races back from the originals, and what it is you choose the initial race that you will start with. So you start with one city and this one race, and those races range from elves, dwarves, halflings to gnolls or clacons, which are a bit more unusual. And they all have bonuses that will change your gameplay. So just on top of my head, draconians have the ability to fly. Therefore, you won't have to worry about traveling through difficult terrain or even water, and that will change your gameplay, especially at the start. You can, of course, later conquer cities of other races, so you can end up with many, many different ones, but that first choice will determine how you begin your game.
Right, so, of course you said the super core of the game is the magic, tell us a bit more about how the magical spell books work, and how do you feature into the game?
Yeah, so you've got 5 different, let's say, schools of magic to begin with, and you can either choose to specialize in one, or you can mix and match them. But depending on how many books you have in each school of magic, that will give you access to more or less spells from that particular school. So that does determine a lot. So some people will prefer to be very specialized, and they can achieve the top tier spells of, say, life, the school of life. And then others might choose to have 3 different schools and just play around with it. So they'll only reach kind of medium level spells, but then they'll have 3 different varieties, so they can play around with that. So that's the flavor of the books. And then, of course, magic is all important throughout the gameplay. So you can use magic in battle, which is your standard way that you would expect against enemy forces. But then when you zoom out and you're on your strategy map, you actually have global spells. So you can say block travel between the 2 planes. You can attack your enemy's cities directly from your spell book. So again, I think that's what makes Master of Magic different and special, is that you can really blast those spells out in those 2 different areas.
2 levels, right? So there's the strategic layer and the tactical layer. How do you play between these 2, and what are the difference between these 2 layers?
Yeah, so on your strategy layer, that's when you plan your advances, and for example, you can do diplomacy with the other wizards. You can assign mana points, whether you want to do more research on your spells, or whether you want to have more power to actually cast your spells, and so on. And like I said, you have global spells and things you can do on the map. Send your units out to explore the world, find places areas of interest where you can gather loot and other things like that. And then once you actually enter into such areas of interest, or when you want to conquer, say, other wizards' cities, that's when you go into the tactical map, and then you have your 3D battles with your units set up against the enemy, and that's how the fighting happens.
Yeah, you mentioned before the different planes, right? You know, how do you play between? You know, how do you go from one and the other, and what their role is in the game?
Yeah, so the two planes are Arcanus and Mirror, and the idea is Arcanus is more of your kind of neutral zone, whereas Mirror is, we kind of call it its dark evil twin. So it's the difficulty level, as it were, in terms of gameplay is slightly higher in Mirror, and you have to actually buy a special trait when you choose your wizard in order to be able to begin in Mirror. But then the rewards are also slightly better because you started with this higher level of difficulty. And the way you travel between the two planes, well, there's a couple of ways actually. One is through special towers that are set around the world. There's 6 of them, and you can also have spells. As with everything with Master of Magic, you can do anything with spells, so you can actually give your units the ability to travel between planes.
Yeah, one of the things, Mila, you know, I mentioned at the beginning is, you know, is Wargames, right? You're one of the, I guess, emerging teams in the, you know, and although you've got already 2 very solid games under your belt, and you've got a lot of fans out there, so. You know, we discussed a lot about, you know, telling your fans what you were going to do next. So what are your fans gonna be expecting from this game?
Yeah, so I can already see them going a bit crazy on our Discord channel. So luckily, I think they're happy that we're doing this, and I think they could expect. I mean, obviously these are games that are different in some ways, but there's so many similarities. So it's both are strategy games at the core. You've got the 4X elements, so you've got your exploration, extermination, expansion, and so on. And you've got the very, very strong fantasy and magic core, which is also something that our fans will recognize. And also, I was thinking about it today, is that the choice of wizards at the start of Master of Magic is actually quite similar in some ways to our gods in Thea too. So there's that concept of the player becoming this kind of great avatar, and then controlling the units on the ground. So I think these will be the things that hopefully our fans will recognize, and then we'll see where we can take it from there, because I can't really disclose too much of what our plans are for the future of Master of Magic. But yeah, I think our fans hopefully will be happy.
I'm sure they will, and you know, talk about your fans, and then on the other hand, of course, you've got the Master of Magic fans. So we've gone through a lot of the stuff that already, you know, is the heritage of the game. What is it that you're trying or willing to change from the original Master of Magic?
That's also a complex question, but I think the first things that will become quite obvious is we've changed to hexes, so that's the big change that everyone will notice, and just the general, you know, the UI, the artwork. So all of the wizards, the races, the heroes and champions, they're all coming back to Master of Magic, but they all got a huge facelift. So we've got great teams of artists remaking these characters and these peoples into something new, and so we hope it will feel like they come from the original, but they've got a kind of a modern twist to them. We also want to do a lot of modding in Master of Magic, so I think that's something that's our addition that we hope is going to make the game really good. So Cash, our programmer, is working really hard on making almost every aspect of Master of Magic moddable, so I think that would be something cool.
That's absolutely true, and you know, that's really one of the, you know, cool things about being, you know, trying to build a modern game, right? You know, being able to give the power to the community to create their own content. That's absolutely spot on. Mila, where are you in the development schedule? I think that I can't see the chat, but I can tell for sure that somebody's probably asking. So where are you in the development schedule right now?
I would say we're still in the pre-alpha stages. We hope to go into alpha quite soon, but we're not quite there yet. But I think the next few months there will be rapid changes, and so hopefully there'll be a lot of news to share.
Right. Mila, is there anything else you want to say to either your community, because you see them excited, or to the Master of Magic community? Anything else? Any final word you want to share?
Yeah, just to everyone who's excited about Master of Magic, I hope that we'll live up to the expectations, and we people that know us as Mucha know that we stay very connected to our community, and so we hope to meet you soon, the new fans, and hopefully together we can work to make this an awesome game.
Thank you very much, Mila. It's been a great pleasure to have you on the stage today, on the virtual stage today, and I'm sure we'll get back to seeing you around for updates very, very soon. So thanks for joining us. So you've seen Master of Magic. We're very proud, of course, of this one, and we wanted to start with something that, we wanted desperately since a long time. We prepared this for a long time. We really wanted the next Master of Magic to be a real tribute to the original. And, partnering with Mucha Games means that we really care about the franchise. We really wanted to go with someone with a passion and interest towards the topic that was really able to deliver on the mission. So that's really the message we want to give about Master of Magic. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of fans out there will be pleased about the news. And talking about owned properties and owned IPs, the next game is a game that Slitherine has, is launching for the first time. It's a fresh IP. It's something completely new. And to discuss about this new IP, I'm going to connect with lead designer and executive producer James Carey. Hello, James.
Hello.
Big reveal today?
Yeah, very exciting, very exciting. It's been a long time coming.
So the title of the game is Scramble, right? So, yeah, go for it, James.
Sorry, yes, I don't know if you were going to do the intro, yeah. So it's Scramble Battle of Britain, and it's a simultaneous turn-based or WeGo dogfighting game set during the Battle of Britain. Players simultaneously issue control inputs for multiple aircraft whilst time is paused, and then those inputs are played out over a number of real-time seconds of action and animation, and before the time unpauses again, and you can review just what happened and plan for the next turn. And then at the end of the match, you can review the whole engagement as one uninterrupted dogfight.
Yeah, so the idea behind Scramble is really to give this sort of feeling of the dogfighting action, but also empower the player with the ability to really decide what the strategic moves are and make decisions that are relevant to the fight. What are you trying to build with Scramble, and why is it different from anything else that's been done in the past?
Yeah, so, I mean, I've been making sort of offbeat indie games for a decade with a company called Big Robot. So we made So You're Being Hunted and The Signal from Tolver. But with Scramble, I wanted to reach like a core audience of wargame fans that I haven't really been involved with since I worked on Arma 2 with Bohemia Interactive. And I had a prototype of this game that I put together with some support from the UK Games Fund. And I approached the home of Wargamers, Slitherine, and here we are. So Scramble's sort of mechanically quite novel, but thematically very recognisable, and that's deliberate. I'm trying to kind of lure people in with the familiar World War II setting and then give them a kind of gameplay that's a bit different, because I felt like the tactical space of a 3D volume of air was a bit underexploited, because a dogfight is a sort of a very dynamic arena with lots of moving parts and lots of variables, and in order to occupy that space as a player, you're usually either limited to controlling like a single unit, so like in a flight sim or a more actiony space combat game or flying the aircraft in Battlefield or something like that. So you either get that or you get to control multiple units in an RTS or something like that, but the immediacy of the action can get a bit lost. And there are some good sort of dogfighting games around that sort of tactical dogfighting games, but they can feel a bit board gamey, a bit like you're sort of moving pieces on a board rather than flying the planes. And I wanted to feel like you were flying the planes, so like as if you're playing a real-time dogfighting game, but still have access to the wider tactical space that having multiple aircraft in a 3D volume would give you.
I think the system itself is really interesting because it just mixes a lot of different elements. We discussed this a lot when talking about the game, and how much it was a simulation and how much it was as a tactical game. I guess that what we're trying to achieve here is give the ability to the player to maneuver the planes, but still give them the absolute sort of sense of playing a strategy game ultimately.
Yeah, one of the ways you can get away from that kind of board gamey feel is to kind of keep things real time, so you can do like real time strategies and things like that. But there's sort of not many games that kind of take advantage of that 3D volume of space. So like historically, there's been stuff like Homeworld, which I was a big fan of, but there's not a huge amount that kind of give you that full verticality and that kind of airiness that I wanted to get. And like RTSs are great for sort of like large scale engagements and things, but sort of big sweeping battles with loads of units. But it always kind of removes you one step from the pilots and the kind of immediate access to what those guys are doing. So what we do in Scramble is we just give you like control of like a handful of aircraft. So you get sort of a section of 3 or 4 aircraft as your kind of default unit size. And then we freeze time and we let you plan your maneuvers, and then everybody's actions all play out at the same time. And everybody moves and shoots. So you get sort of planning, action, review going in a quick cycle. And it's that sort of rapid cycle of phases ticking over that keeps you on your toes, because it's all happening against the clock. So you've kind of got a limited amount of time to put in the control inputs for all your aircraft.
Yeah, I can see actually from the gameplay you're showing that there's a counter like ticking down like 20 seconds or something. That that's your give order phase, and then what happens next?
So you basically get sort of this is a server setting thing, but you can get sort of by default 15 seconds sort of planning time per aircraft in your section, and then you use your controls. So you're using throttle, pitch, roll, yaw, all the kind of flight surface controls you would if you were flying it as a real-time game, and you sort of set the flight path of your aircraft going in that limited planning phase, and then when the timer runs out, everybody's plans execute all at the same time. And you get to kind of review that and rewind time and kind of look at what everybody else was doing and kind of plan for what's going to happen in the next turn. And because you've only got sort of 3 or 4 aircraft, you can kind of keep sort of situational awareness of everything that's going on without kind of completely losing your mind about all the different things. So once you've got sort of 3 or 4 aircraft on the go, that's kind of a lot of moving parts. And you can control more, and you can sort of buddy up with other people. So you can have co-op where, say, like you might have Hurricanes and I might have Spitfires, and we might have a bomber intercept mission. And so you might go off and tackle some bombers whilst I'm keeping the 109s off your back with the Spitfires. And so you can kind of have a larger engagement as well, but the default unit that you control is sort of 3 or 4 aircraft.
It seems to be like a game that fits multiplayer very, very nicely. So what's the focus? Is it multiplayer? Is it to create this dynamic challenge between 2 people? What's your vision of this?
Yeah, I mean, so there are squadron management elements, and there is sort of a planned campaign which will kind of thematically linked sequentially difficult missions into a longer campaign. But the focus is definitely on sort of match play and on kind of building your squadron to fight other squadrons, and you kind of have like attrition and squadron management that you can customize your aircraft with, and you get progression of pilots and their skills increase so they can get more out of their aircraft. So it's kind of like a sort of multiplayer match-based focus game, but you can play it single player and you can play it cooperatively. It's kind of like a sandbox, basically, a kind of dogfight scenario building sandbox.
Right. How long do you think a game will last? Is it that fast paced that it lasts just minutes, or what's the pace you're intending?
Sort of 20 minutes is the kind of turnaround time we're going for an average engagement, because everything's broken down into sort of very discrete chunks of time. The planning phase, 15 seconds, and then the action phases in between is like literally a couple of seconds long once you see the last move play out and then freeze again. And so while a game lasts 20 minutes, the actual engagement when you play it back in real time is sort of minutes. It's just that it's been slowed down and broken up into those sort of staccato chunks, which is what allows you to process that amount of data.
But where are you in your development schedule right now, James? If you can say anything about that, or if you want to keep that under in secret, just feel free.
So yeah, we're sort of out of alpha now. I guess we've got probably Q1-ish, maybe something like that.
Okay. That makes sense. I think that when you start developing something this new and you have to test a lot of systems, it's not something that's been proven or anything. It's something that's so brand new that you really have to test it thoroughly to make it happen and to make it fun. So you mentioned before, the 15 second is the ideal time for giving orders, but you were giving the freedom to change that. That's exactly one of the points of the balancing. You want to make it fun and fast, but you also want to make it so that your tactical options are still there. So, hard to find sweet spots, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Which is why we're trying to give the players the kind of freedom to tweak the server settings for a match, so you can extend things like the sort of the match time, but you can also tweak the variables that are about sort of all the altitudes that you're setting for your aircraft and the positions and all that kind of stuff. So you can kind of really customize a match to suit you and the kind of conditions that you want to play, and whether or not you're playing with sort of a 2v2 or even a 1v1 dogfight, if that's the kind of thing you want to do, or if you want to have a larger scale match that has set objectives like eliminate 10 bombers by turn 6, or ensure that these bombers don't get destroyed as a counter objective and things like that. So you can kind of set a more complicated match up if that's how you want to play it. But you can also do just straight dogfights that are kind of more of a sort of deathmatchy type thing. So we're all about kind of giving the player the tools to create the kind of scenarios they want to make, and that kind of extends to the outside of the match arena as well, where you're doing lots of sort of aircraft customization and sort of applying your own decals that you've unlocked through match play and things like that. So we've got sort of customization for camo schemes and things like that, which will allow you to decorate your own aircraft in a way that's kind of unique to your squadron when you take it online, without having to share any texture data or anything like that, because it's all sort of procedurally generated through the shaders. So you can actually customize your aircraft with sort of bespoke camos and know that the other players will see that stuff without having to download anything themselves.
I have to say also the other thing, talking about graphics and such, the other thing is that your UI really shows that you're taking a lot of attention, giving a lot of attention to how usable and user-friendly the game is, because it really screams for, a game being a game that is really trying to target a very wide audience, although being, very specific in the subject.
Right. So we wanted this to be very accessible, and the whole game can be played on pad. And actually, I prefer playing it on pad now. And we've taken it to shows. When I had the original prototypes, we took it to shows, and people were very kind of keen to pick up and play and experience this kind of relatively novel mechanic. And it all kind of works quite nicely. But the key thing is conveying quite a lot of complicated information in a very short space of time. So the UI and the UX of that is really, really important, and making sure that people have the tools to pass that complicated space quickly and give them information without overloading them with loads and loads of data. So we've been sort of quite ruthless in the amount of data that we reveal, and we sort of build a lot of information into things like the flight paths, so the kind of stress on your aircraft as you're flying, because we have sort of component damage on the aircraft as well. So like you can blow an aileron off, or you can have tail and rudder damage, and that will affect your ability to fly, obviously. Those effects are then displayed on the flight path. So you get a lot of your information from the flight path as you're mapping it out, as you're kind of moving it in the space and getting that full 3D volume, because you're not kind of setting set moves. You're just flying the plane. It's just that everything's frozen, and the ghost line that projects shows you where that plane will go.
Well, this is really, really, really cool, James. I think one of the cool things about you being a fully part of the team, it means that we can bother you a lot of times for updates in the next few months. So expect to be recruited for tea times and more streams in the future. And thanks for for joining us today and for revealing Scramble to the world. And hopefully. This is the start of a great journey for Scramble as a franchise and for this newly formed team in the Slitherine development task force. So thanks for joining, James.
Thanks, Marco. Bye.
All right, so this was Scramble. As I said, we are about 50% through the new announcements. One of the things that we said in the initial part was that we have at the moment 16 unannounced projects, so now it makes it 14 for you, and by the end of the day there's going to be 12. The next project is some outstanding and really aspirational project. It's a game that we are proud of having because it really is a testament of how we are trying to embrace new subjects and new audiences. It's real time, so for a change, and we don't have many real-time games, and there's a lot of cool things about this game that we're going to discuss with the development studio. But before we get to that, let me run a trailer for this. Well, welcome, Broken Arrow. This is one of the moments I would really, really love to be in the chat, see what's happening, and I really just desperately want to just check what is happening and what you guys are saying. Broken Arrow is an exceptionally ambitious project, and to discuss this project, I have with me Félix Habert from France. Hello, Félix.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. We can hear you fine.
Okay. Hello,
and,
Marco.
We have both Felix and his beard with us today. And Felix, welcome. And I think this is a very, this trailer represents very well the ambition of the project. But before we even start, can you tell us about how this project came to life and who are you?
Yes, absolutely. So this project started 3 years ago with a team of passionate wargamers who gather their skill around one dream, make their own game. And this is my dream as well. So I'm creative director at Still Balalaika Studio. Before that, I've been working for 8 years as game designer, including 6 years with Eugen Systems, the creators of Wargame and Steel Division series. And for my part, I've been joining the project Broken Arrow 2 years ago. And since then, we've been a long way. We started from a few programmers, designers working during their free time to now a full team working full time with an editor backing us behind this project. So it's a community dream becoming a real game and a real project.
It's exciting, and it's also unbelievable that such a cool looking feat is done by community members that decided to gather together. Now, of course, the team is more structured, but it's a great feat on its own. Felix, because this is a brand new thing, so I would like you to just frame the project, what it is, and what is it, the scope of the project, and what are you willing to achieve with Broken Arrow?
Yes, absolutely. So Broken Arrow, it's a real-time tactics game set in a realistic modern warfare environment. And what we aim at with this project is to find a sweet spot between action and simulation, because there is a big empty gap between those two styles in video games. And I think there are a lot of people around who enjoy realism, just like me, but also they enjoy action, good graphics with huge explosions, sound, and good ergonomics. And I don't think we have to sacrifice one to get the other. So everybody deserves good graphics. And if I had to make a comparison with cinema, I would say we don't make an action movie, we don't make a documentary, we make a war movie. In between those two things, with very epic battles, and yet a high level of realism. So that's what we're aiming at.
Yeah, one of the, it's hard when you start talking about the project, because I can imagine, people have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try and make, all the right questions to lead the players to understand what Broken Arrow is. So number one is combined arms, right? So you're looking at building a game that represents this in a proper, cohesive way. How do you do that?
Absolutely. Well, usually when you talk about real-time tactics, you're thinking about a smaller scale with a few soldiers, sometimes a few vehicles. Here we're talking about a very large scale. You command hundreds of soldiers on large maps, more than 100 square kilometers. You have a very, very powerful zoom that can show you the large battlefield, and also a very large, in fact, a very precise level of detail. So this zoom, it allows you to move from a very large battlefield to very close to your units if you want to see the action up close. And these units, we have a lot of them. So infantry, tanks, aircraft, and they have a very high level of customization. So you can choose the loadout for helicopters, for planes. You can choose the armor package. You see the screen here. You're showing the armor package of the tank, but also the weapon that you put on the remote weapon station on top of the tank. All these things are very precise, as well as the 3D model, the sound going with that. So yeah, what we do is really very large scale and very high level of detail, both at once. And for the large scale, we have tactical nukes, we have airdrop of infantry and vehicles as well. We have shore landings with amphibious assault ship, like those big 300 meters long ship, things like that. So yeah, both large and detailed. That's the two key elements.
of course, we're seeing very, very clearly it's a modern setting. Why did you choose that setting, and what do you think are the challenges of tackling this specific subject, which is completely different from other settings you might have chosen, right?
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Well, for me, the first, I as a player, I would say the first reason to choose modern setting is that it's missing. The number of strategy games, real-time strategy game choosing this setting are very rare, and it's super interesting. In fact, what we're representing is the potential war of the 21st century. So it's the summum of warfare that we have, the most powerful things, the most powerful tank, planes, weapons. So yeah, if you can, let's do what's the most powerful. Let's do what's the most impressive. The limit we're putting to ourselves is we don't go too much into the next generation of warfare, the real warfare of information, where everything that matters is invisible things. So we stay in the domain of the visibility. So with our classic type of units like airplanes, tanks, artillery, but with in their most advanced stage of warfare. So planes that include drones, for instance, but in the end, a drone is like a plane in its use by the military. So yeah, that's why we chose this setting. It's really interesting, and I don't know, these are dream machines, so maybe the helicopters flying around, these things. Myself, I wanted to be a helicopter pilot, but I'm short-sighted, so that wasn't possible. I love helicopters, and what is the best period for helicopters? It's modern warfare with helicopters and so on.
Yeah, one of the things I was saying at the very beginning of this is that our business, our industry is driven by the passion, and we can clearly see that you love what you are doing. As one of the things that we mentioned when we were trying to chat about what were the relevant points for this interview was, you owe a lot of kudos to your community. Talking about passion, is there anything you wanted to say to them? And how do you start talking to them? How did all that community project start?
Well, it started from a team of players, the Still Balalaika team, who was like a gaming community with more than 1,000 players, and it expanded, and this project I wasn't there at the very beginning. I joined 1 year after the beginning, and I heard about it because of that, because of all these people talking about the game, and that was really the key of our success. We moved step by step by communicating through these people, that's how that's how people working with us joined the team, including Slitherine, who I'm sure heard about the project by browsing the post that some people from our Discord server posted somewhere on the internet, and that's how the team formed. Over time, it took time, but now
you're here, and you said this is like a dream come true. Well, the dream will come true when the game is in the hands of the players, of course. That's the real big achievement. Where can you tell us approximately where you are in the development schedule, and what we can expect in the coming months?
Well, at the moment we are still at an early phase of development. This is already good looking, but we have a ton of work to do in front of us. So the game shouldn't be out before 1 year. So about 1 year, one more year of development. But this time we're working much faster because, as I said, it's been 3 years that we work on that. But we were working on our free time during the weekends and so on. Now now we are working full time. So of course we will achieve much more in this year of work than we have achieved in 3 years before.
So we'll probably have the game going live around the same time next year. Who knows? Who knows? But we'll see soon, and we'll have you soon on one of our next streams to update us on how the game is being developed. Is there any final word you want to say? Is there anything else you want to say to the community or to the players out there?
Well, yeah, I would like to thank the community who supported us, because, as I said, it's by showing interest for the project and talking about it around that we met the people, we met Slitherine. They helped, they made the dream come true. We also had people sending us money on Patreon, and this is not enough to pay a team, but it gave us enough motivation to go on. Because you don't hold 3 years working on your free time after your day job every day, every weekend, without some concrete feedback. So yeah, a big thank you to all these persons who believed in us, because we wouldn't be there without them. And yeah, to continue to support the project, to continue to support the game, that's the best thing to do, to keep talking about it. That increased visibility, and that makes a very successful project in the end.
Thank you, Felix. Thank you for joining us. This was Broken Arrow. We are super happy and excited about this project. And as I said, you couldn't have more diverse products in the strategy genre, right? We said at the beginning, it's very different things from the other. And I am, almost like at the point of finishing this stream. Before we get to the final reveal, I would like to have Ian with me for one last chat. Of course, it's been a long day. It's been a long day preparing. It's been a long period preparing this event, and there's a lot of energy going on to put together all the builds. I know we talked about the builds earlier on with Ian, putting together the materials and so on, and setting up everything. And we want to thank also the community of players who follow us every week at tea time, but also in other occasions. We have a very solid crew that comes with us every stream we make, and they give us the motivation also to actually do these bigger things. It's a big effort, but we sort of owe the community this kind of thing. And next time, I swear I'll have a chat live so I can answer some of the questions, and it's going to be like more normal than this. But we really wanted to make something that sets the tone for the future Slitherine. So, Ian, sorry for having you wait. Welcome back.
Oh, yeah, Marco, it's been great. We were talking earlier about delegating and not really knowing everything that's going on. Some of the stuff that got released today I hadn't seen before. The Broken Arrow trailer, that was amazing. I know the game because we did the contract and reviewed everything, signing it up, but then it gets passed on to somebody else to manage, and because there's so much going on, we didn't get a chance to see all the materials. But some of the stuff, the Scramble looks amazing. The trailer for Broken Arrow was awesome. Masters of Magic looked great. The whole atmosphere was just brilliant. What Mover are doing with that, it's really exciting for us to see. Just because there's so much going on, it's informative for us, not just for people outside the company as well. And as you said, really big thanks to everybody for tuning in and watching, because I think the numbers have been pretty good. I think you've got some pretty high viewer numbers coming in from all the restreams, which is really, really positive. And one thing you said about the passion for these games, the reason that these games work and that we can do what we do is that the passion that these teams have. You can't create these teams. You can't come along with a chunk of money and an idea and then create a team from nothing. You need those really talented, passionate people in there, and then you can invest in them when you find them, but you can't create that from scratch. And that's what we focus on doing, finding those people with passion and then giving them the resources to really make their passion come to life.
This is exactly one of the points we want to make. We had something like 50 different Twitch streamers, contributors, content creators hosting us today, hosting our stream, commenting, doing live commentary. Some of these are all-time, friends and people that stream on our channel regularly, and it's impossible to thank them all. But and we also had some bigger channels hosting our stream today. We had the GameStar guys. In Germany, Every Eye Multiplayer, and IGN in Italy, and more. I'm going to forget someone, and somebody is getting very upset now. But it's a testament of how growth is important to us, but also how we want to grow it in a solid way, and being sustainable for us. How is it that after all these years we are releasing or re-releasing Master of Magic? It's unbelievable to me.
It's really exciting. And Master of Magic was such a great game. I spent countless hours playing it. Back then, never dreamed we ever get hold of that license and being able to redo it. And when we did manage to get hold of that, it was a great opportunity. And we were surprised that Atari had misplaced all the source code, so that made things slightly more complicated. But even so, it kind of forced us to redo everything from scratch, which may have been a good thing in the long run. But yeah, some of the opportunities we're having now, success breeds success. Things last year and last few years have been going really well, and it just makes it easier to do things in the future. And so it's a really exciting time.
Now we have one last thing, as they say. One last thing means we are going to announce a game and nothing else. We're not going to say anything else. It's a 1-minute thing. You're gonna see now. We were talking about mixing original IPs and new games and licenses. We work pretty successfully with Games Workshop, with Sony Pictures for Starship Troopers. We've worked successfully with NBC Universal. What do you think is the role of a license these days in our industry and for us specifically?
There's a couple of things that the license really does for you. So it gives you that backstory, and it has a nice cohesive world, and so it puts limitations on you because you have to fit with that backstory, but sometimes those limitations force you to be creative and find interesting solutions to problems. And so that whole backstory and that framework that it comes with, and all of those units that exist, for example, because our games are based around building units and tanks or vehicles or whatever uniforms, that really helps to have a basis for the art team to work from. And then the other thing it obviously does is it gives you an awareness step. When you're doing a game on World War II, people understand what World War II is, and it's easier to sell them a game on World War II than it is to sell them on a period of history they don't know about. And it's the same when you're dealing with a license. That license just gives you that extra awareness. People understand what they're buying into. The press pay more attention. So it's all those kind of things together that really help to make licenses a really valuable kind of tool in the box for us.
Right. So it's the moment to go for this. So before we get to that, and everyone is ready for that. I'm going to run to see what's happening in the chat. But thank you guys. Thank you, Ian, for joining us again. Thanks everyone for making our afternoon very special, and I look forward to seeing you on Thursday at tea time. It's going to be a new phase of tea time, I guess, with so many new followers, subscribers, people interested in what we've just announced, and it's our time to say goodbye and thank everyone for joining us. Make sure you tune in very soon, and I will sure see you at the next Home of Wargamers live showcase. Goodbye.
Так, друзья, видимо, закончилась наша трансляция Home of Wargamers. Всем большое спасибо, кто пришел на стрим. И, как я обещал, последний сейчас будет вопрос викторины для тех, кто хочет выиграть Order of Battle. Сейчас я его напишу в чат. Вопрос будет посвящен 30-летней войне. Ну, точнее, нет, не так. Хотел сделать его по 30-летке, но на самом деле он будет с подковыкой. В общем, сейчас я наберу его. Соответственно, кто первый ответит, тот получит дополнение Red Storm для Order of Battle. Вот. Ну что ж, поехали. Вопрос будет касаться в какой-то степени начала 30-летки. Дело в том, что, как известно, вначале произошел акт дефенестрации, так называемый, то есть выбрасывание из окна. Более того, это стало в определенной степени чешской национальной традицией. Поэтому вопрос состоит в том, а какая сейчас считается последняя жертва вот традиционной чешской традиции дефенестрации. Собственно, вопрос, кто последняя жертва дефенестрации. Касательно слизеринов, ну, конечно, довольно-таки вялый, на мой женщина, хороший вариант. Довольно-таки вялый стрим получился, на самом деле. То есть, действительно, они куда-то переходят все больше в РТС, пытаются, видимо, больше денег как-то заработать. Хотя, как мне кажется, зря они отказываются от своего, что называется, рынка. Ну, посмотрим. Может что-нибудь изменится. Большие продажи War and the East, может, изменят их подход. Так, кто-нибудь у нас думает над моим вопросом или гуглит неистово? Вот. Ну, Алекс, если тебе нужен Red Storm, дополнение к Order of Battle, можешь вариант из Гугла выдать. Если он правильный, то я тебе с радостью его вручу. Ну, народ, кто, кроме Алекса, будет еще кто-нибудь пытаться варианты? Вот он не очень жаждет играть в Order of Battle. Кому нужно, потратьте свое время. Все, Алекс не выдержал. Да, действительно, Ян Масарик. Это, по-моему, в 46-м году, если память мне не ошибает. Его выбросили из окна. Вот, ну, причем, в отличие от большинства жертв предыдущих дефенестраций, он действительно разбился при падении. Дело в том, что в первой дефенестрации разбились немногие, но их добивали, а во второй вообще все выжили, кого выбросили. Так что ему вот серьезно так не повезло. 48-й, да? Ну вот, Википедия, она не врет. Так, ну на сегодня все. Всем большое спасибо. Алекс, напиши мне сейчас либо Можешь на мою почту, можешь здесь написать свою почту. В общем, как-нибудь свяжись сейчас со мной. Я тебе пришлю твой приз. Всем остальным большое спасибо. Был рад вас здесь видеть, отвечать на ваши вопросы. Вот. Если у кого-то еще остались вопросы, пишите, как всегда, в комментариях к данному видео, которое сохранится на канале. Вот. Так что на все, как всегда, вопросы я отвечаю. Не всегда сразу, но всегда отвечаю. Так, Алекс, ты как планируешь со мной связываться? Каким хитрым способом? Ну, честно говоря, вопросы не это самое, не то чтобы готовил сложные, просто хотел, чтобы они были довольно-таки интересные, как мне кажется. Они, ну, и честно говоря, я не думал, что они окажутся слишком сложные. То есть я надеялся на... окей, в Discord мне напиши тогда. Почту мне в Дискорде пришли просто. Я тебе пришлю. Ну или просто в Дискорде я тебе в личку напишу. Окей. Так, всем спасибо. В следующий раз, когда будем устраивать викторины, постараюсь сделать вопросы более... Ну, не знаю, попроще, не попроще, но более общеизвестные, скажем так. Поскольку действительно вызвало некоторые затруднения решение данных вопросов. Так что еще раз всем спасибо. Всем пока. Алекс, пиши мне в Дискорд.